Hey guys, I hope you can hear the relief from my voice. We finished the book. We finished Endgame. Okay, let me try it again. Hey guys, welcome back to Real Housewives Recaps. I'm so glad you're here. We finished the book. Yay, yay, yay. So I feel like, Jen, what's going on? All right, because I did this book in 10 different sections. Yes, 10, and went through this book. I wanted to do a super cut of all of it put together in case any of you hadn't watched it and wanted to hear it all without the starts, the stops of each individual episode. Consider this a mega episode. And if you're new here, welcome. This is a mega episode with the whole book that's broken down and discussed and all the lies called out, the hypocrisy, all of it. You will hear it all right here in this one spot. So, again, this is me going through this. You guys have been so supportive, you that have watched the individual chapters. Thank you so much. Here's the super cut of it. I hope you enjoy it. Again, thank you for sticking with me through this rough time. And by rough time, I mean getting through this darn book. But I appreciate you guys so much. And if you're new here or if you're just wanting to watch this super cut, well, I appreciate that so much as well. Thank you for being here. Now let's get into this darn thing. Hey guys, welcome back to Real Housewives Recaps. Today, you're going to need to pull up a chair. We need to have a conversation. You guys, I started it. I started Endgame against my better judgment. As you know, or probably know, I've talked about it a lot. I did not buy this book. I will not buy this book. I waited my turn. I got it from the library. Thank you to the lovely library lady who helped. Okay. I got the book, and I kept putting it off, but I finally cracked it open against my better judgment, and now I find myself upset. Upset's not the right word. I'm pissed off, and I'm ready to talk about it with you guys. So I want you to buckle up, and I want to have a real conversation. I honestly have not let myself listen to reviews. I've read some of the funny ones online, but I haven't listened to other YouTubers' reviews because I really wanted to have my own thoughts on this and really try to be clear and come at this with fresh eyes, if you will. But you guys, this is the biggest pile of garbage I've ever read in my life. I'm only 14 pages in. I just read the prologue, and I have so many notes and so much to pick apart and so much to say about the nonsense already. It's going to blow your mind when I tell you what he wrote in this prologue alone. It's disgusting. It's despicable. If you didn't like Omid, Harry, or Meghan before, buckle up, sweet cheeks, because it's going to get way worse. Okay, let's dive in. So this book is 375 pages. It has 15 chapters, a prologue, acknowledgement, and notes. Today, I specifically want to discuss the prologue with you. Now, when you first open up the book, the first thing you're met with is pictures of badges, Omid's badges, I guess, through the years, media press passes. I guess we're supposed to be impressed, or that's supposed to lead to his credentials. I'm not sure. It sounds like a very Meghan thing to do, if you ask me. Immediately after the wall of press badges, we are met with the definition for Endgame. I don't need to read it to you. We know we know the definition, and that just seems like such a juvenile, shitty speech at a wedding, right? Move to do like Endgame now. It's just stupid. All right, let's get into this prologue. You guys, I am mad. I'm upset after reading this prologue. And the reason being is because he talked so much about the Queen's passing. And it was not, I can tell you honestly, take it or believe me or don't, this is my unbiased opinion. Truthfully, it was not in a way of, oh, what a loss. What an amazing woman the Queen was. There was not that. I'm not kidding you when I tell you he made this prologue about the Queen passed and how hard it was on him. I mean, the very first page, he talks about Queen Elizabeth II nearing the end of her life, how he used to carry a black suit around waiting for the moment. He talked about that he had this suit, like I say, he carried around with him. He had it in the trunk of his car, and oh, poor Omid, right? We're supposed to feel sorry for Omid because the day she actually did pass, oh no, his car was being serviced. He didn't have his black suit. I was just in shock reading this. This asshole making the Queen's death about how it inconvenienced him on the first page. The first page. I literally have a handwritten note to myself here. I kept a legal pad next to me and just scribbled furiously on it. My first note is, Harry's okay with Omid talking about his grandmother like this, about how her passing was rough on him, and not in the way it was rough on us, like losing such a legend, such an amazing woman. No, it was hard because, you guys, he didn't have his black suit that he had been carrying around. I mean, unbelievable. Oh, it continues. Don't worry. He then goes into, and again, I'm only on the prologue, page 3. He goes into, New York's going to come for you shortly, Omid. This is it. That's what he wrote. His excitement at being called up to report on the passing of the Queen. I feel nauseous even discussing this. Yet here he is, again, page out of Meghan and Harry, but Meghan's playbook. Rictus grin about the Queen's passing. It's disgusting. Okay, then he lays into the royal family. We get a little, divider line, like he's changing gears. Oh, he's changing gears. He still plays victim, but now it's on to what horrible people the royal family are. You ready for this? He goes into what should have been a banner year for the royal family, talking about the Queen's 70 years of service. But instead, it was a year of upheaval and strife. I have a question. Whose fault is that? Who was causing the upheaval and strife? Could it be Harry and Meghan and Omid now, we find out? But you know what I mean? It's Harry and Meghan causing this upheaval and strife. And yet Omid, their buddy, in on this stuff, is talking about how things were tough for the royal family. Who made it that way? This is what they do. They do these terrible things, and then they want what? Applause? They make themselves into victims? This is disgusting. And it looks like, again, the three of them are perfect for each other because they're all doing the same thing. So then it continues on. Again, I'm still only on page 3 of this thing. He goes into, again, what else? The Queen's passing. He's playing poor me again. It was about how he had to go back and figure out and how to reframe key chapters of this book he had been writing. So how hard it was on him because he had started this stupid book and then had to reframe it around her passing. But I'm going to point out that this makes no sense at all. If this was about the Endgame, how could it be about the ending and I guess the transition of the royal family? I'm trying to make sense out of something that doesn't make any sense, but how can it be about that if the Queen was still alive? If he thought the Queen would still be alive when this book came out, right? Do you see where he's contradicting himself already? All right. The next note I have is he starts giving me speeches. Again, I'm only on page 4, me speeches. And you know the ones because we've heard Meghan do the same thing. The me speeches, all about me, I. I swear to God, if I counted the I's in this book, it'd make your head spin. Okay. So, here's just a random line from page 4. The months following the Queen's death gave me the necessary time to process such a seismic event. So again, making it all about himself. I'm sorry, is this your biography? Or is this about the royal family? Because you can't seem to make up your mind what's going on here. The full reality of Queen Elizabeth II's death didn't hit me until 10 days later. Again, more me, making the passing of Her late Majesty the Queen about himself. Where have we seen this? Oh yeah, with Harry and Meghan. You guys, it gets worse. Then, again, I'm on page 4. You can see it. I can't directly read from this book because I'm not playing that game with him. So I'm going to tell you my summary here. You ready? He literally says on page 4 about how hard the press was working. And by press, he means himself. How hard he was working and talks about 18-hour shifts. Oh, it must have been so hard for you, Omid. So hard. Nobody stopped to think about how hard it was for Omid. We must be the words that he loves to throw around, right? Because we didn't think about how hard it was for Omid. My God. All right, on to page 5. Then there's a significant shift to what? Oh, I'll tell you. He takes aim at King Charles and Queen Camilla, but I'd say mostly King Charles, and he won't let up. He clearly has an axe to grind with King Charles. I had heard it was coming for William and Catherine, and I know it's coming. But I'm telling you now, by page 5, he is mud-slinging at King Charles. He goes after how King Charles doesn't get it right. Neither does Queen Camilla. What does that mean to you, Omid? How do you don't know anything. And what are you basing this on? Because if you think Harry and Meghan are getting it right, obviously you have no concept of what getting it right means. Okay. He goes on to call Queen Camilla, he calls her out for using the title of queen. He says that she had mentioned that she would be using queen consort, but then goes on to say, I guess those are white lies. That the palace is keen for people to forget. So again, let me make this a little bit more clear. So he's calling out on page 5 that Queen Camilla is going by Queen Camilla. I've never heard her publicly say, hey, don't call me queen consort. I've heard people call her queen consort. But I think as a sign of respect, people have transitioned. Some people, not all people. I know it's a hot button topic, but I call her Queen Camilla. I don't know, out of respect, because that's what she is now. Okay. Omid takes issue with this, apparently, and points it out and says this is something people are they're keen for people to forget. That at one point she said she'd go by queen consort, but now she's going by queen. I'm sorry, but you can fuck right off, because didn't Meghan claim that they wouldn't be using the titles? Do you remember on the Oprah interview she said, hold on, let me pull it so I can actually quote that one. Yeah, here it is. So during the Oprah interview, she insisted no matter what, she's just Meghan. And that she brushed off the pomp and circumstance, saying all the grandeur surrounding this stuff is an attachment I don't personally have. I've been a waitress, an actress, a princess, a duchess. I've always just been Meghan, right? I've always been clear on who I am. You guys, you cannot make up this BS. So they're pretending like Meghan. So we've been here before is what I'm saying with Meghan, where she pretended she didn't want to use her title, and yet that's all we hear is that title, right? And then Queen Camilla probably, this is my opinion, out of respect, probably said queen consort is fine, not demanding anybody call her queen, and now people do call her Queen Camilla. If you choose, I don't want to get into that discussion, but you know where I'm going with this, right? Whereas I've heard many instances of Meghan getting pissed that people don't include her titles. She actually used her title when reading a child's, bedtime story. She said, I'm Meghan, Duchess of Sussex. So if you really want to split hairs about titles, maybe you should look at your friend, is what I'm saying. All right, that's just on page 5. Let's keep going. Page 6. This is where it really gets gross. All right. Well, continues to be gross. They go into Charles big time. I say they because I'm including Harry and Meghan in this, because obviously it is my opinion they very much had a hand in this. Because they come after everybody, I'll tell you, they claim they didn't, but anybody with half a brain will probably share my opinion. It is my opinion that their hands are all over this, because this is basically spare continued. So they call King Charles an outspoken environmental activist, a meddler in politics, successful businessman, a flawed father. I'm sorry, what would you say Harry was? Is he killing it at the father game? I don't think so. A philandering husband who destroyed the life of Princess Diana. All right. So they're using this Diana thing here, again, to try to hurt Charles? Make everybody remember, you know what I mean? To bring it all back up, to paint him in an awful light. That's really what's going on here. He goes on to start it with, he says, his litany of personal failings and missteps. Again, I'm saying, are we talking about Charles or are we talking about Harry and Meghan? Because if anybody has a litany of personal failings and missteps, I would say it'd be Harry and Meghan. Where are you looking, Omid? What are you thinking? All right. And then he goes on to bash Charles for his failure to initiate dialogue with Prince Harry. Again, where have we heard this? Oh, yeah, spare. The list of grievances written in crayon by Harry. It's being regurgitated here in Endgame. Again, what a shocker, right? They had nothing to do with this book. Yeah, right. So he goes on to bash Charles and blame him for this. Harry had no role in this, apparently. Neither Harry nor Meghan had no role in this. It's all Charles's fault because Charles couldn't effectively talk to his son and daughter-in-law. They hold no responsibility in this at all. All right. He goes on to jab at William and call him the favored prince. Again, where have we heard that? Oh yeah, Harry does the same thing. He likes to show his envy, jealousy, whatever, over William and how, I mean, think about Spare. We got stories of how William got the bigger breakfast sausage, right? Tales of woe such as that. Here we are again. So the favored prince, Prince William, and the unpopular king. That's what he calls King Charles. So again, I ask you, if Harry had nothing to do with this book, clearly he did, but if he didn't, let's play the stupid game they want us to play. Shouldn't Harry be completely outraged that some rando wrote this horrible, scathing book that has, in the first 8 pages, bashed especially his father, his brother, and his grandmother? No? He's fine with it? Okay, great. Good to know. And then we're handed another big scoop of bullshit. Ready for this one? We got that Charles, again, where have we heard this? Oh yeah, in Spare. Harry says this, that Charles was jealous of Harry's popularity with the media. Breathe, Jen, breathe. Okay, this is the same bull crap that Harry was trying to say in Spare. If that was true, wouldn't Charles be using Harry's name now to try to get his name out there more? If this was true, obviously I know this is not true, but let's play the devil's advocate and say, okay, this is true. Yeah, he's totally jealous of Harry. Wouldn't he be talking to the media right now about Harry? No, he's not. He's remaining silent. He's, what's that word I just learned? Gray rocking, right? He's keeping calm and carrying on. He's doing the thing that you're supposed to do as king and realize there are important issues out there and dealing with your petulant son who is almost 40 years old or however old, who's a grown man, right? And acting like a spoiled brat child. He's not addressing him. So to me, that shows that he's not jealous of Harry and that Harry's making all this crap up. Let's continue. Sorry, I don't mean to yell. I'm not yelling at you guys. I'm just so frustrated by this nonsense. Let's continue. Page 9, we go into William. And he goes into William wanting to distance himself from Harry. And so I have a note to myself about this page that says, oh, it's William's fault now. So before it's Charles, now it's William's? What, that Harry and Meghan tried to, ruin the family? It's all William's fault. Why is it William's fault? Obi doesn't know. I keep calling Obi, whatever. That guy doesn't know. Plastic Face doesn't know. He's just saying it is. So it, just like in Spare, hey, if you say it's true, right? So yeah, it's William's fault. Sure. Okay. Why is it William's fault? Couldn't tell you. But he does say that William wanted to distance himself from Harry. And it's been about the time of Harry's marriage to Meghan. So again, it couldn't be that Meghan's a horrible person who has a track record of being completely and totally disrespectful, to say the least. I mean, that is putting it nicely, to William's wife, Catherine, Princess of Wales. But you know what I mean? Like, being disrespectful to his wife. It couldn't have anything to do with that, could it? No? Okay. Everything is William's fault. Nothing is Harry and Meghan's fault, ever. But don't worry, this isn't even the most ludicrous thing on page 9. He goes on to call Harry and Meghan, royal family members. And he does this a couple of times in the prologue, refers to them as royal family members. So, according to Omid, and this is the same problem I have with Harry and Meghan, they do this thing where it's like, oh, the royal family's awful. They're the Istwards. They're all the worst things. We're going to call them out on all this. But we're going to hold on to these titles. You better believe it. We're gonna refer to ourselves as members of the royal family so nobody will forget. We're going to put it in writing so that way everybody remembers. But yet we're going to talk as poorly about them as possible. And when you think he's, by he, I mean Omid's hit his wall of saying ridiculous things. Oh, no, don't worry. It continues on. He then puts out a sentence about how it's not a good look for an institution whose monarch, and then he goes on to basically call him the Istwards that he's now saying he did not call him. He's talking about how this is all Charles's fault and how, hey, it's not going to look good if you have the head of the royal family is an Istward. Oh, but remember, Harry tried to convince us all that he didn't say the family was the Istward. It was the media that did that. Huh. Well, here's your pal Omid saying it too. As of the time of this recording, radio silence from them. Then on page 11, we get into the arrival of Meghan in 2016 into the family. And Omid's excited because his worlds get to collide. Please read the sarcasm in my voice here because listen to this nonsense. He was bragging about how he reports on entertainment and royals. Well, she's both. Oh my gosh. Again, who is this written by? I'm confused. Plus, it allows me to dust off my favorite saying. You ready? You ready? Does it hurt your back to kiss your own ass like that? Just curious. All right. And then on the next page, he once again refers to Harry and Meghan as the royal couple. So he's ragging on Camilla for accepting her title and yet totally fine with Harry and Meghan bashing the institution, clinging onto the titles and reminding us every few pages that they are a royal couple. And we seem to switch back to Harry's voice because we get some bullshit about how the media play dirty against those who attempt to expose the truth. I'm sorry, what are we talking about? What's funny is people are not playing dirty right now. They're straight up exposing how you did not tell the truth in this book. And it's so fun to watch because all three of you, I mean, are completely imploding. I'm here for it. I have my popcorn. I'm watching and I'm enjoying. Oh, you thought the nonsense was over? Au contraire, mon frère. Here we go. I goes on to say that the Queen has influenced Prince Harry to this day and that he continues to live a life of public service to inspire and to motivate. Oh my God. What planet am I on? Who are we talking about? Who is he inspiring? Who's he motivating? What? We can see none of the Queen's selflessness in Harold and fraud. They are the complete opposite. When is the last time they did something like, I don't know, draw attention to a charity that they actually just believe in instead of making it all about themselves or trying to do an event that tries to overshadow the royal family? It doesn't happen. Unbelievable. Ugh, disgusting. Completely awful and biased. So then the whatever, I'm so frustrated I can't even think straight. The prologue, I want to say the preliminary. The prologue ends with, we're in the end game. Are we, Omid? Do you even know what that means anymore? You know what's funny? You're right. You're actually right about one thing. We're in the end game. But it's not for the royal family. It's for you, Harry, and Meghan. And it's hilarious to watch, and I'm enjoying the hell out of it. You guys, I'm not joking you. That was just the prologue. I cannot make this stuff up. Do you see why I'm so fired up? I mean, you got about 32 points there of nonsense right in the No, you got about 132 points of nonsense right there in the prologue. Unbelievable. Still painting those two as victims. They can do nothing wrong and yet nitpicking over anything that the royal family does. And they're fine with that. That's totally allowed. It's that whole thing continued again. We can dish it. We sure can't take it. We're going to try to silence our critics. My goodness, you guys. I do I am taking solace in the fact that this thing has failed miserably. Everybody sees right through it and sees that, obviously Harry and Meghan clearly got their opinions in here somehow. I wonder how. Weird, right? Read between the lines. Anyway, guys, I will keep going with this book. I know I'm not trying to make this a miserable experience. It is a miserable experience, but I will keep going with this book because I think it's important to call out all the BS and to sort through it. And I don't want to subject you guys to it. So stick with me on these recaps. I really want to know your thoughts on this prologue. Let me know in the comments below. I'm going to do my best on this. I'm going to keep going. I don't know if I'm going to break it up into chapters or just sections of the book. I know there's just stuff like I didn't even go that hard into how much he went into the Queen's funeral because it breaks my heart to even talk about that stuff. And it disgusts me how much Omid used the Queen's funeral, to make us try to feel sorry for him. Disgusting. It's like Meghan with the fake tears at the funeral, right? Disgusting people. The three of them. This is the second video of the series where I'm going into chapter 1 called The Queen and Her Piper and chapter 2, Shaky Ground. You guys, let me just start off by saying this is a hatchet job. This is a direct attack on the royal family. So far in my experience with this book, they have really gone after Charles, King Charles, especially. They go into a little bit about William, but it's mostly been, and a little bit about Camilla as well, but mostly Charles. Omid has a clear axe to grind there. And by Omid, of course, I mean Harry. I have to say every time they deny working together on this book, but I also have to say it's got Harry's, everything all over it. Meghan's as well. I'll get into that. But Harry, in terms of the beef he has with his family, and this is basically Spare Part 2, Spare Harder. As always, if you're new here, thanks for being here. I'm Jen. Honk, honk, everybody. A honk because Meghan follower told me I sound like a drunk goose, so here we are. Trying to provide some lightheartedness before we get into this drivel. Oh, you guys, please send support geese my way. Send hugs, send alcohol, whatever you got. Send it on tea. No. Truly, I appreciate everybody's kindness in the comments section. We are going to continue reading this book. I can only ask for your thoughts and prayers at this dark time. All right. Chapter 1. Chapter 1 was boring as shit. He went into the Queen, and I don't want to discuss it because I don't think that's his business to discuss, because he goes into how she spent her final time and some of her, her daily practices, such as the piper outside the window and the bagpiper outside the window, and her breakfast routine, things like that I am not interested in having these weasels. Thank you, Daily Mail, for coining that term for me in regards to Omid, but I think it applies to all three. I'm not interested in having any of these weasels try to tell me anything about Her Majesty the late Queen. That is, frankly, none of their business at this point. And yeah, I'm including Harry in this because the way he treated her, no, it's not his business how she spent her days. And frankly, I don't trust anything that the three of them say. So we're breezing over some of those details there because I get upset when talking about the Queen, and I don't think it's their right to try to tell us any information about Her Majesty the late Queen. All right. He goes into her fragility at the end. I find that a huge slap in the face because, as we know, she was still carrying out royal duties at the end. Her passing, and again, I don't want to go into this, so we're going to keep going. I found out that, again, I don't believe anything Omid says. I'm just putting that blanket statement out there. If this is true, we found out that Princess Anne was actually staying there at Balmoral, and King Charles was staying, within miles away. He was right there as well at Burke Hall residence, it says. Okay, right off the bat, we're hit with some bullshit. So on page 25, if you're trying to follow along, please don't follow along. Don't buy this book. I got mine from the library. I say that every time. I'm reminding you all, I did not spend a penny on this book. I will not give them any of my money. All right. On page 25, I'm pulling it now so I can discuss it with you. Brings up, there's just so much bullshit in this book. It's not even the first bit of bullshit, just a big pile of bullshit. That the Queen's final journey from Scotland to England was originally planned for the royal train. All right. Then he spins it, and yes, I'm saying spins it, and I see you, Meghan. Hi. I see you. They're spinning it like, oh, she was going to go on the royal train, but at the last minute, they decided that it was much safer. He can't even explain it. It's safer to travel on a plane. Safer for who? Safer. What are we talking about here? The way it was relayed to me and the way I understand it and the way I believe it, honestly, is that the train thing was intentionally told to Harold and Fraud to see if they were leaking, and sure enough, they were leaking. I have to slap allegedly on that. You know how it goes, but that is my opinion, my belief, and that's the way I understand it. But now, Omid, and by Omid I mean Meghan, is going back and trying to rewrite history by cleaning up things like this, or so they think. To me, it just puts a finer point on the lies, right? So they make a point of talking about this train, and I'm sorry, if it wasn't a lie, why is it even significant enough to mention in the book? It's just, to me, highlighting more of their continued lying. All right. That's the highlights that's the lowlights, if you will, from chapter 1. Let's move on to chapter 2, because this is where things get rough. It's called Shaky Ground. And believe me, chapter 1 was rough because, again, I will not tolerate them discussing Her Majesty the late Queen. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's fair. No, fuck all three of them. Okay, let's go on to chapter 2, Shaky Ground. Oh, the three of them are on shaky ground, to say the least, right? So much to talk about here. This is where they really swing for Charles. I mean, more so than anybody, they really swing at Charles. They go into, right off the bat, Charles is mourning the loss of his mother and meeting with well-wishers. And what does Omid say? Well, and again, I'm including Harry and Meghan in this. What are the three of them accusing Charles of? Is that it was all orchestrated. That it was basically for show. That he had been training for this. And that he was just out there for the show of it, to meet with people. You know what? I'm sure it was to an extent. And what I mean by that is not the dark way these three are. I'm saying if you lost your mother, you're kind of, we've all lost people close to us. You're on autopilot. So I'm sure to an extent it had to be a show because you're on autopilot dealing with a major loss like that. See, listen to me. I get upset talking about this stuff. Let's move on. All right. I hate these three, in case you wondered. All right. Page 34, they go right away into digs about the family needs to become more tolerant. Literally, they're grieving the loss of the Queen, and he goes into digging into them about being more tolerant. Page 35 brings up the Oprah interview and continues to take digs at Charles and says that he's trying to be modern, but he's stuck in the past. That I say, I'm sorry, who's stuck in the past? Because it seems like the royal family has picked up and carried on, whereas Harry and Meghan and Omid continue to rehash this stuff. So no, nothing they say makes sense. And I do want to reiterate things I've heard online about this book. It very much is sources say with no actual details, background information, facts. Don't let facts get in your way, right? I think about Tom Bower's book, Revenge, one of my all-time favorites on this subject matter. Tom Bower does such a good job of backing up his sources, naming his sources, explaining where he found out what information. Really, really creating a case for, everything. He doesn't just throw out statements, is what I'm trying to say. He actually can show the evidence as to why he feels the way he feels. Omid does not have this gift. Omid just throws out things, again, mostly about Charles so far. I know it's coming for others, but right now it's about Charles. But he does not back him up. He just says things like, sources say, I hear that things were tough. I heard that Charles, this and that. Just no facts to back anything up. So we're just supposed to take him at his word, even though all three of them are proven liars. It couldn't get more meta. As I'm recording this, we're dealing with lies and fallout from the, Dutch version of this book. So let's keep going. But as I mentioned, he brings up the Oprah interview and talks about concerns and conversations. Remember, those are Meghan's words. He's bringing it up. Even though it's been proven, complete bullshit. Most of the things said in that Oprah interview, the lies have been proven. She even claimed that Archie wouldn't get a title, knowing full well that's not how that works, that he did get a title. She knows this. She was trying to create controversy. There you go. So by bringing it up here, again, it's rehashing that. What it's doing is most of us can see through it, but the idiots like the Sugars and people maybe not so familiar with this that pick up this book that just tend to believe things are going to think he's trying to reignite this race card thing. It's just so... It's so ridiculous. Once again, he's doing Meghan's bidding. He's doing what she does. When she doesn't know what else to say, she pulls out the race card. Here we are again. So then he goes on to call the royal family one blunder away from a scandal. Again, I'd say, hi, have you met Meghan? Harry and Meghan both, aren't they always? They're always blundering. They're always in the middle of a scandal. They throw themselves in the middle of scandals. He accuses Charles of having press in his pocket. Weird, right? Where have we seen that before? Oh, yeah, in Spare. Harry tried to pull the same bullshit. The other thing we saw over and over in Spare that is, again, this is why this is Spare too. Spare me harder. I made myself laugh with that one. Is because it's all about, there's so many passages I'm going to get to where it accuses Charles of being jealous over the press coverage and the attention that William gets. What are we talking about here? That is just more of Harry's nonsense rearing its ugly head. It's like Harry and Meghan just filled Omid up with more of their stories and BS, and Omid was like, okay, and just grabbed his crayons and started writing. That's what we got. And just anytime I see sources say, then I fill it in with Harry and Meghan say, because that's basically what we've got here. All right, moving on. Page 39, it goes into this false accusation, if you ask me, saying William is concerned over his image. William is not concerned over his image. William is concerned about his duties in becoming the king and his family and things, not the bullshit that Harry, Meghan, and Omid are accusing him of. They go on to accuse William and Charles of a one-upmanship game. And again, I say, really? Have you met Harry? Because I don't remember William releasing a book detailing every grievance ever about his father and his family. It was Harry that did that. But again, Omid must have short-term memory issues, right? Page 40 accuses William of doing exactly what Meghan does. You ready for this one? Yeah, me too. So the story they tell is that Charles had just had his first Trooping the Color parade since being named king. Okay. And then he goes in to fault William for sitting down with a rare interview to discuss, the change and what was going on. And I guess it looks like it was with the Sunday Times. Okay. And Omid has the nerve to say, can you believe he did that? Essentially wiping away any coverage of the special moment, stealing that from the king. Okay. Again, what do we know of Meghan, especially Harry and Meghan, but especially Meghan? anytime, I just did a video on this, anytime the royal family has anything, that's what they do. They either try to do like some sort of parking lot photo shoot or concert or nonsense story out there, anything they can to try to wipe the coverage off the front page. So again, I find it laughable that Omid has the nerve to accuse William of doing this. And he can't even see that, oh, hey, maybe William was trying to support his father and give a nice interview and be supportive of the family. They can't even think like that. They just have to think about the way that, of course, Harry and Meghan act, which is, hey, let me try to steal focus. Oh, don't worry, the ridiculousness continues. Then they pretend like Charles is just completely mad at William. What for? Because William dared take up his environmental cause. Again, they can't even think in terms, and I'm talking about the three of them, Omid, Harry, and Meghan. They can't think in terms of a normal family where, hey, you might want to support the causes that are important to your father, aka the king. And it couldn't possibly be a supportive gesture or just something that William also, feel strongly about, right? It couldn't be that. It's just that, oh, they're competing with each other. No, again, that's what Harry and Meghan do. And, oh, God, the only one that can't see it is Omid. All right. Well, then he goes into when William and Catherine went to Boston, Earthshot, beautiful green dress, the whole thing. All right. He takes a dig at them for flying commercial. And again, I say, so you mean they stuck to their word? Something that was important to William? He's there talking about the environment. He's not just talking the talk. He's actually walking it. And flying commercial? Oh my God, the nerve. We're outraged. Oh, let's cancel him. I'm being sarcastic. But seriously, absolutely ridiculous. Harry and Meghan fly private for like a 45-minute flight and think nothing of it. And get mad when people call them out on their hypocrisy for lecturing us little people about the environment and then do things like that, right? And then they take digs at William and Catherine for flying commercial. It's just incredible. All right, but then it gets even crazier because they go into the events surrounding that Earthshot, right? Again, it was last year... the Earthshot, Boston. William and Catherine attended a Celtics game. All right. Get ready to get your sick bucket. All right. These asshats are claiming that they were booed. That they booed William and Catherine. And then he goes on, I shit you not, page 41, and explains that it's quite different compared to the huge cheers he witnessed with Harry and Meghan. I'm sorry, I thought you were pretending you weren't friends, even though we have pictures of you guys, Omid's in the background of the picture at Meghan's last quote unquote royal event she did. But yeah, no, they're not friends, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. By the way, here's pictures of them being completely booed? I can't even say it with a straight face. Yeah. Here's pictures of them with people, adoring them as they should, right? It's just absolutely ludicrous claims. And the funny thing is, one of my favorite things to do is go back and watch the video from this day because you can hear the crowds booing loudly for these two. Then he goes on to blame Netflix for dropping the preview for Harry and Meghan at the same time that William and Catherine were doing this tour. Because again, nothing's ever their fault. They don't have a history of trying to overshadow. Oh, no, wait, they do. Nothing's ever their fault. Oh, and then get this. He takes a dig at Catherine, Princess of Wales. And by he, I mean she does. And says, rather than buying a new outfit for Earthshot, Catherine made a statement. They call her Kate repeatedly, again, as a sign of disrespect, so I'm not going to do that. Catherine tried to make a statement by renting her off-the-shoulder green gown. Okay. He does go on to call it a genuinely good idea, but then berates her because she's never repeated that at any royal event since. I'm sorry, do you really want to compare who spends what on what ridiculous clothing? Because I'm pretty sure Meghan's going to lose this contest, always. Also, a case could be made for somebody who's, I don't know, going to be the future queen to spend some money on some clothes. What's the case for Meghan? She did 72 engagements. Oh, too much, but still outspent all the other royals? Yeah, no. Mm-mm. And then to really try to paint them in a negative light, talking about William and Catherine, Prince and Princess of Wales, he goes into how much this trip cost the city. He estimates it was like, $170,000, something like that. Okay. He puts it in writing in the book. And I ask you this. First of all, how does he know that? Second of all, how does he know it wasn't paid back? How does he know anything? He doesn't. But okay, let's say it is that. How much did Harry and Meghan cost with their near catastrophic car chase that's made up? How much did that cost everybody? They're quick to try to sweep that under the rug and not want to discuss it. And Omid doesn't even mention it so far in the book. Maybe it's coming, probably not. But he's quick to try to, again, call out, disparage William and Catherine. So, again, utter nonsense, total bullshit. The good news is by pointing out or showing how ridiculous he is, it's at least making it a little bit more entertaining, because I can think of a million examples with every sentence I read of why this is, in my opinion, coming from Harry and Meghan, Herald and Fraud, and how they actually exhibit all the bad behavior that they're now accusing everybody else in the royal family of doing. And I find that very funny, because once again, they are all about the hypocrisy. Oh, you guys, this book is, it's dreadful. After taking swipes at William and Catherine, Prince and Princess of Wales, he then goes back to taking swipes at Charles once again and points out or claims that Charles has had a plethora of money-related scandals with no citing of what those might be or what he's talking about. And then goes on to say he's doing little right. Again, the nerve of these three judging anybody in that family for anything, but especially their work ethic, their ability to accomplish. Again, I ask you, how's that working out for Harry and Meghan? Because last I checked, they've failed at everything they've tried, including this ridiculous book. Oh, you guys. So that wraps that up. I'll keep going with the book because I don't want to let this go in terms of I'm going to continue to call out the lies, the hypocrisies. I'm going to show you why it is my opinion. I have to say that. It is my opinion that Harry and Meghan are completely behind this book, but you guys are smart. You already know that. The nerve of these three, but the nerve of Omid to go in and write this book and to, again, just claim sources. Oh, okay. Does that just cover you for anything you want to say? Okay. Guess what, guys? Sources tell me that, I don't know, pick something. Chris Hemsworth thinks I'm great. Why? I don't know. Just sources tell me. So it must be true, right? Is that the right one? I don't know. Whoever plays Thor, the good looking guy. I don't know. That one. He thinks I'm great. Why? Because sources tell me I'm great. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Sources tell me I'm rich too. So I'm not going to check my bank account and see the change I have in there. I'm going to see. I'm just going to believe it because sources are telling me it, right? It's just like their truth. They always say their truth. Oh, okay. Their truth. Not the truth. Their truth. My truth is they're all full of shit. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching along with me. Please don't. I got this book from the library. Don't buy this book. I am finishing up chapter 2, and then I'm going to talk about chapter 3, chapter 4 in this video. You guys, I knew that this book would be garbage. We all knew it, right? We knew it just based on who wrote it. We knew it based on the subject matter. In terms of Harry and Meghan, we knew it based on the reviews we had seen, but to read it, to see it with my own eyes, to take notes on this, I just cannot stress to you enough I gotta find a new word for garbage. What a big pile of you-know-what this is. It is the most biased, one-sided work of fiction I have ever seen in my life. We're going to get into it. I'm going to discuss it all with you. I'm Jen. Thank you for being here. If you're new here, welcome. I'm not usually this PO'd, but I am PO'd today because this book sucks. But I love you geese and ganders and goslings so much. And if you're new here, honk honk. I honk because one of Meghan's cronies told me I sound like a drunk goose. And I love that. And ever since I have been Lady Goose, if you will. Anyway, all right, let's get into this book. You guys know me. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. I do. I appreciate all the lovely feedback, all the kind words, all the sympathy you guys have expressed on my behalf for reading this book. All right, this book. Oh my gosh. Let's finish up chapter 2 here. If you are looking along with me, I'm picking up on page 48. And again, we're going to go through the end of chapter 4. I can tell you that chapter 4 is hot garbage. I can spend about 1 minute on it because Omid didn't know what the hell he was doing in that part. Well, in any of it, but especially that chapter, he just kind of threw shit together. So we'll get there. All right, chapter 2, finishing up. My goodness, I don't even know where to start with this. All right, all about... This whole book has been dig after dig at Charles, especially King Charles. And, we've all said it. This is Spare Part 2. This is Harry's voice. This is the same stuff Harry was saying in his book. The same nonsense he was peddling is getting peddled in this book. So I know it's coming more for William. I know it's coming more for Catherine. But right now I'm in the thick of them, I would say, bashing King Charles at this point. They definitely throw digs at Camilla, and I know some gross stuff's coming. I've seen previews. But right now it's Charles especially. Now, saying that, I'm going to start this review off by saying he kicks this part of the book off by talking shit about William, Prince of Wales. Basically, he's saying that William abandons the never complain, never explain of it all. All right. So my first note here is, okay, so Omid has spent the prologue in chapter 1 saying, since the queen passed, the monarchy is going to have to change, the royal family is going to have to change, it's getting dated, right? So he called the monarchy dated, and William tries to change things up exactly by what Omid's saying, and yet you're criticizing him? Okay, again, I really think Omid is a puppet for these two. We've been through it. And I feel like this is just Harry with his anger, jealousy, envy, whatever you want to call it, and his weird grievances that he keeps a list of, right? Written in crayon. And this is just him. This is what we're getting on these pages right here. So continuing on to page 48, we get into William, and it says that William ignored King Charles' advice, and it goes into him letting bravado obscure judgment. So he's claiming that William is in this for the bravado, and I say, again, what? Have you not noticed Harry and Meghan do everything for attention? William just doesn't strike me as that kind. I mean, we learned of him going for a jog in New York City. We don't have pictures of it, but we learned about it, right? And yet, if it had been Harry and Meghan, it would have been a near catastrophic car chase. There would have been pictures. There would have been a big blinking deal made out of it. But William just doesn't seem to operate like that. These claims are so asinine. Continuing on. So page 49, he talks bad about King Charles and literally says that Charles has an inability to convene and command his own family. Okay. He's saying that in regards to Harry and Meghan. So that's the point. That's where I'm really pissed off. I mean, so many reasons, but one of the things that's really ticking me off about this book, there is no holding Harry and Meghan accountable at all for any of their actions. They can do no wrong. Of course, we know this by how they feel and how they portray themselves, but it's drinking whatever they're selling. I don't know what the phrase is, but you know what I mean? Like, he's just blindly following them and pushing their agenda, if you ask me. So I find it so weird that, again, he just, I don't find it weird. He's their puppet. It's just what he does. But I'm saying it's just weird to see it. There's something about seeing this in print, and I'm not recommending you buy this book, but I'm just telling you, take my word on it. It's weird to see how he just takes all these digs over and over, especially at King Charles, but he's not recognizing that it's Harry and Meghan that have caused all this controversy and caused King Charles and Prince William, etc., to react to things that they have done. Instead, he focuses on reactions. And so that's why I say this book is bullshit. We know this. Continuing on, he couldn't stop gushing about Spare. Again, on page 49, he calls it a full, unvarnished story of the family's fractures and talks, I'm not kidding you guys, I cannot make this stuff up. He calls it, quote, historical record. He talks about being a historical record. No. It's, I've said before, I'm actually glad that Harry put some of that stuff in print because it's a historical record of the lies that they continue to tell, the grievances that Harry continues to hold on to with no explanation or no backstory. It's just it's like him in court. I think about that a lot. Like when they asked him, Harry, what proof do you have? And he's like, it's just a feeling I have. Harry is just like that. I don't want to call him an immature child because that's letting him off the hook too easily. I think he's got some serious issues, truthfully. I think they both do. I think all three of them do, actually. But I'm not a doctor. I can't diagnose. Let's keep going. So he spins it, again, going back, he's talking about the Spare as part of a historical record. Spins it as Charles then avoiding Harry and not wanting to discuss this. Could it be that Harry did wrong here by airing the family laundry? And I don't believe anything that Harry says. Let me put that out there. But even if it's kind of true, some of it, is this the place to do it, to air it to everybody, to say all these horrible things about your family and then act surprised when they don't want to talk to you? That's just how Harry, Meghan, and now Omid operate. They act like it's a shock, and then they blame the royal family for not wanting to talk to Harry after that. Page 50, they continue to, I don't know, kiss Harry's ass. It's really weird because he goes into making Harry the, quote, bigger person. So again, Harry did nothing wrong, according to Omid, Harry, and Meghan. Harry did nothing wrong. He had no part to play in this rift with the family. They try to paint him as a bigger person. If he says it enough, we'll believe it, right? Yeah, right. And if he didn't reach out, there wouldn't be progress. That's what Omid says. Can you believe this? The audacity. And if you watch Real Housewives, you understand that Ramona Singer says the audacity of these three. But I'm talking about especially Harry and Meghan and not taking any responsibility or accountability for any of their actions whatsoever. It's all about how the royal family reacted to them and then using it against them as a sign that the royal family is what? Endgame? Failing? He can't even make a logical argument. So I'm having trouble breaking it down because there is no logic to this. There is none. Omid claims that Harry and Meghan would try to share issues with the royal family, but that aides would muddy the truths. Again, haven't we heard this song and dance from them before? This is the same crap that Harry pulled when he talked about the Queen and the Sandringham Summit. I think about that a lot. He tries to it pissed me off so bad because the Queen was very much a part, everything we've heard from every book we've read, the Queen was very much a part of that Sandringham Summit. But Harry painted her as this feeble, elderly lady incapable of making decisions and led around by her aides. And now he's doing that via Omid with King Charles. And he's saying that these aides muddy the truths. I'm sorry, I would never look to Harry, Meghan, or Omid for any kind of quote-unquote truth. They don't know truth. It doesn't exist with them. They just go by things like their truth. All right, so then this chapter ends. You ready to get real pissed? Me too. All right. Oh, yeah, that means something different in UK. I don't mean drunk. I mean mad. All right, ready to get real mad? Me too. This chapter ends by trying to paint Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh. I always get comments on how I say Edinburgh. You have to give me a break. I'm American. I'm not from these places. I'm trying my best. All right. I'm not the enemy here. Omid, Harry, and Meghan are. Okay. They try to paint Sophie a certain way. You know where I'm going with this. Because she responded, Oprah who? And this is according to Omid. So I don't even believe that she did. But let's say she did. Here's my question for you. Why is it different that Sophie allegedly responded, Oprah who, than when Meghan played dumb in front of the world and was like, who's has? And pretended to not know the royal family. Obviously, we know that's BS, but go with me on this journey. How is that different? How is what Sophie said different? It's not. Sophie's actually makes more sense to me than Meghan's does. I'm just saying. We can split hairs on who's more famous, but come on, it's the royal family. It's the queen. Meghan played pretend that she didn't know how to curtsy. You know what I mean? And who was who in the royal family? I mean, come on. And Harry's just sitting next to her making this stupid face, trying to buy it hook, line, and sinker. It's ridiculous. But it's my opinion that obviously they're doing this because Sophie is another respected, valued, awesome member of the royal family, right? Another royal woman. And once again, we know Meghan seems to have a problem with that. So, of course, Omid's now got a problem with her. I just think it's ridiculous. And honestly, what I really think he's doing is trying to pander, thinking that people will be like, whoa, that's a dig against Oprah, or, oh, that's, the Istwards. That's what he's hoping for. But people aren't buying it because this is bullshit. Let's go on to chapter 3, shall we? All right. 5 days after the queen passed, they go. All right, this chapter. All right. He goes into Charles's frustration over a leaky pen. We've all seen it, right? Where Charles gets pissed over a leaky pen. I'm sorry, is Charles not allowed to mourn the passing of his mother? He's not allowed to be a little upset and act a little childish? Okay, listen, I've said it before. I respect Charles and his role. I'm not the biggest Charles fan. I'm not a, detractor or whatever from him, but my heart lies with William and Catherine. Take that how you will, right? So it's not that I'm standing up for Charles, but I'm truly asking, is he not allowed to get frustrated by a pen? Is he not allowed to be upset within 5 days of taking over as the king and losing his mother? I mean, come on. Pick on him for some things, but a leaky pen, ridiculous. And the reason I'm making such a big deal out of this is because Omid made such a big deal about it. When I tell you this went on for several pages, I'm not exaggerating. I'm really not. You can see it for don't get this book. You can take my word on it. He goes on. And then you think, oh, he's moved on from the damn leaky pen story. No, I'm not kidding. The next page, I literally wrote a page later, still on about the faulty pen. By the way, how much do I sound like a UK person? I love it. What are you on about? Anyway, I love you. I love UK expressions so much. He's still on about the leaky, faulty pen. Talking about Omid is. The only one that can't seem to let this go is Omid. It's so weird. And again, I point back to Harry. This reeks of Harry. Because the whole book Spare was his list of grievances that nobody else cares about except for the hyper-focused Harry, such as who got the bigger breakfast sausage. Yes, that actually was something that he went on about in Spare. All right. So then we continue on. Chapter 3. All right. He goes into, by the way, this chapter is called, Oh God, I Hate This. And that's, again, in regards to the leaky pen. That's what Charles said. Oh God, I hate this pen. But then Omid just cuts off the pen word to make it more dramatic. There you go. What a hack. Page 67, he goes into coronation. And this fucker, talking about Omid and Harry and Meghan, has the nerve to call the coronation a way to gloss over reality. I'm sorry, who is looking to Harry, Omid, and Meghan for reality on anything? Those three do not know reality. It's the same with the truth thing. When they call out people for mistruths or lies or whatever, it's like, oh, what? How are the three of you able to seriously keep a straight face when you try to call out anybody on anything? You three are the biggest bunch of liars I've ever seen in my life. And that's saying something. Page 67, he goes on to brag about Harry and Meghan's Netflix, whatever, Live Fest documentary, whatever you want to call it. He goes on to claim that King Charles was initially sympathetic about all of it. But then, you ready for this? Again, Harry claimed this in his book, that Charles was all about the attention. So Charles, according to Omid / Harry and Meghan, was mad because that Netflix documentary overshadowed his work. It eclipsed Charles and Camilla at every turn. Okay. I don't think that's what Charles was mad at. Probably because his son and daughter-in-law went on TV, made all these horrible claims about the family without actually discussing it with them, right? I mean, but again, leave it to Omid to take the completely wrong route. And lead to the wrong whatever outcome on this one, right? I just think it's so crazy. Let's pretend like they're onto something here, and King Charles is really about the attention. Right now in real time, wouldn't we see King Charles speaking out about his idiot son and his idiot daughter-in-law and this idiot Omid, right? Because then it would get him attention. People are hoping that he'll, I don't know, step in and... I know, I always get a million comments. He can't strip their titles, whatever. You think he'd be speaking out about that if he was in this for attention. He's not. He's remained tight-lipped. He really hasn't said much, and he really hasn't said much about this book at all. It's just another book, right? I think that's what the palace said, something like that. So to me, that just negates everything they're saying. It doesn't make sense, because if Charles was in this for the attention, this right now is a time to get attention. And he's not doing it. He's remaining silent. And that's, I mean, honestly, that's the best possible response, because what can you say to these three liars? What's that saying about giving them enough rope? That's what they've done. We can see it now. They're going down for their lies, and it's so much fun to watch. All right. Page 71, we get into Princess Anne of it all. You know, I love Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, and the Frogmore of it all. There's not really much to say. I know people have been reporting on it. I'm stalling while I pull up the page. Hold on, because I'm trying to remember. I just wrote Anne Frogmore. Grr. You should see my notes. Seriously, I keep a legal pad next to me while I'm reading, because it's a library book. I can't make notes in the book, so I just make notes on my paper, and I'm like, Arr. All right, here we go. Page 71, it says, well, I can't directly read from the book because Omid, looking for any reason, so I'll just summarize it for you. In my opinion, what he's saying here, is that, excuse me, it was Princess Anne who suggested that Charles take away Frogmore. And you know what? You know what's funny about this? I know why they did it. I know they're doing it so people will be like, oh, how could she? Oh, that's so mean. But no, it's had the opposite effect. I don't know about you guys, but I do know about you guys. A lot of you guys seem to share the same feeling that we love Princess Anne, Princess Royal. She's amazing. And so the thought that she had anything to do with that, makes me love her even more, right? I do. I love her. I think she's wonderful. And just a reminder, when I went to coronation, I got to see Princess Anne. She waved to us. So I love her even more. So the idea that she had anything to do with the grifters being evicted, amazing. It makes my heart so happy. But I also want to take this time to remind everybody that in Spare, Harry made sure to let us all know. He took shots at Princess Anne as well. He tried to put her down by saying basically she was the hardest working royal, but then he kind of danced around that oh, some of her gigs aren't hard. He like tried to discredit how much work she does is the way I interpreted that. And so the fact that they're taking shots at her again, I ask you again, who wrote this book? Because it sure seems like it's Harry and Meghan. So this book is jumping all around. So at this point, he goes into Harry's ITV interview with Tom Bradby. And he just cannot say enough good things about Harry and Meghan and all the attention they're getting while putting down King Charles and how he's apparently, allegedly jealous. I can't say that without laughing. Jealous of the attention that Harold Fraud, Hank and Skank are receiving. Something tells me the king is not jealous of Harry and Meghan. Nobody's jealous of Harry and Meghan. Despite how many times the Sugars put that in my comments. You're jealous. No, I'm really not. But thanks. Hi, Meghan. All right. So he goes into the Tom Bradby of it all. And again, what I find just absolutely interesting is, he forgets to mention, big underlining under forgets, that Harry then changes his story and blames the media and says he never called his family the S word that he so clearly had before. It's the same dance that Omid's playing now, where you're just not able to tell the truth, so you dance around it and use words thinking that you're outsmarting everybody, but yet everybody can see right through you. Oh, but then you ready for this? Okay, cool. So then he goes on to paint Harry and Meghan right after that. Charles is jealous of them because they're international superstars because of an ITV interview. He paints them once again as victims who need security. You guys, I cannot with this BS. They need security. And so what was their suggestion? Ready for this? That they stay at Windsor because, they have security there. I'm sure you've heard the stories. I've heard the stories. I still have to say allegedly because we know who we're dealing with, that allegedly the wife wanted, I can't say that part without laughing either, wanted Windsor Castle for them, just to live in, just to have. It's just theirs. Oh, it's too funny. Too funny. Side note, Windsor Castle will always be near and dear to my heart. It's one of my favorite places in the entire world. I love it. I've been fortunate enough to go there twice. I've been in the chapel. I've been to where the Queen was laid to rest. I will never forget that moment of just being in proximity and just the beautiful area. So I will always feel strongly about Windsor. I think it's the most beautiful area. It's one of my favorite places in the world, one of my favorite places of England, and that's saying something because I loved England so much, but I loved Windsor. So when these two bring up this stuff, I really take it personally, like, how fucking dare you think that you're going to get Windsor? Yeah, right. God, these two. All right. But he paints them as victims who need security. I told you that. So they pitch Windsor, and Charles... Omid goes on to call Charles petty and says all because of the eviction, and says it's because on page 74, because he was overshadowed by his younger son. Again, I'd say, what are you three talking about? They're confusing the negative attention that Harry and Meghan have gotten, have had and have continued to receive, and especially now are receiving, with popularity. It is the biggest bunch of BS delusion I've ever seen. And again, Omid is perfect for this because he plays right along with them. Okay, and then we go into chapter 4. And honestly, I'm going to keep this one brief because this is where Omid, I'd say part of chapter 3 and chapter 4, he's just all over the place. There's no through line. There's no cohesive theme to follow. He's all over the place with dates and times and jumping back and forth. He's talking about he's back to when the Queen was alive in June of 2022, her platinum jubilee, and then again dancing around Harry and Meghan's Netflix thing. So it's just, to me, any excuse to bring up that Netflix thing and Harry's book. Again, who in their right mind could ever think this wasn't a plug by Harry and Meghan? But He does start off going into the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, trooping the color. He makes it about himself, what he was doing at the time to Omid, and his perception of the firm. I don't care. I don't care about Omid, so we're going to skip over this. On page 88, this is rich. He goes into Harry's military. Again, I tell you, he's all over the place. Going into Harry's military service. And I'm not even joking you. He says in this book that the palace leaned into coverage of Harry's military service because it allowed it to boost itself, talking about, I can't even make this stuff up, talking about the palace. The palace leaned into it to boost itself. And I say, no. Once again, Omid, you have gotten this so completely wrong, and you're so completely delusional. I feel like they probably covered it because Harry was what? Useless, hapless, aimless, what? Dickless, heartless, you name it. All the things, right? No, he's useless. And they saw it and thought, oh, well, maybe this is an opportunity to give him direction, right? We've seen the Harry what Harry's like without the help of the palace covering for him, and it's not good. And so again, this is my assumption, but I'm saying, of course, shocker, Omid's got this all wrong, and the palace just thought this will give him direction. Let's cover it in a positive light. And so that's what they did. But Omid likes to paint everything as pro Harry and Meghan, anti-palace / royal family. So he's saying that they saw it and used this opportunity to better themselves. He doesn't explain how. He can't explain how because it literally makes no sense. Then he goes into, I'm telling you, this book is all over the place. It's not me that's jumping around timeline. It's him. He goes right into bands / musicians that refuse to play a coronation. So he's back to talking about coronation. Way to stick to the timeline, asshole. I'm not going to go over this list because I don't believe this list. I really don't. The only name I will mention is because it's been in the news a lot lately. I'm sure you've seen it. I've had people talk about it on my page. Taylor Swift is one of the names named. And from what I understand, the Swifties are pissed at Omid. And I say, hey, great. The more that are pissed at Omid, the better. Like the more people that can see through his lies and antics and call him out, the better. And then the chapter wraps up by, I can't even tell you, it just, this nonsense. He talks about, I'm going to sound like I'm 1,000th youth. He goes into Gen Z. And I find this funny because I want to remind you that Piers Morgan and so many have called out Omid for blatantly lying about his age. And while normally I'd be like, well, yeah, that's what celebrities or people in Hollywood do, but he's not that. He's not that. And he's determined to call out everybody else on their lies. So I find it funny that somebody known about lying about his age is talking about what the youths, I'm saying it like that because, what's that movie? My Cousin Vinny, youths. What the Gen Z are into or whatever. It's just so ridiculous. So ridiculous. I hear the words coming out of my mouth and I'm just like, oh, this is so stupid. But he's kissing their asses, trying to get them on his side, and says Gen Z are determined to remain awake. What he's trying to do is say, don't fall for the royal family. Stick with Harry and Meghan. We need you on our side. Oh, God. And that's basically how the that's it. That's how that chapter wraps up. That's the end of chapter 4. You guys, this is so crazy. I can't explain to you enough. I can't impress upon you enough how much this book is painting Harry and Meghan like they can do zero wrong. Everything they do is perfect, whereas every single move the royal family makes is completely wrong. Can't do anything right. I talked about in the last episode, he called out Catherine for wearing a rented dress to Earthshot and then not doing that again. And then, excuse me, he goes into King Charles here and his leaky pen. I'm telling you, for pages, he talked about this damn leaky pen. I was like, this is the worst writing I've ever seen. And he just is so busy looking for any example he can to paint the royal family in a negative light. And everything Harry and Meghan do is perfect. So you tell me who wrote this book, because it sure as shit sounds like stuff that we've heard from Harry and Meghan previously and how they act constantly. And again, all I can say is I'm so thankful that now an even bigger audience, we already knew, but an even bigger audience is starting to see, hey, these three lie about everything. Hey, these two especially lie about everything, and their lapdog covers it. So, goodness gracious. So I'm going to leave this one here. Again, that is through that reaches up to chapter 5. We'll keep going. This review will cover chapter 5, 6, and 7. And chapter 7 is the worst drivel I've ever seen. I'm sure you've heard the reviews. I've really tried to not read too many reviews of this book because I wanted to come to my own conclusions. But the reviews I've heard have been that it's completely biased, one-sided. Harry and Meghan can do no wrong. Okay. So you hear that and you think, oh, yeah, that sounds right. No. Let me just tell you, that's exactly what it is. Harry and Meghan are painted as, I don't even know, superheroes, and everybody else supervillains. They can do no wrong. I'm going to actually jump out of order here and just read you. I can't read you directly from the book. I'm just going to summarize one part on page 160. This is out of chapter 7. You know what the name of chapter 7 is? Race from the Royals. This should put in perspective how biased this thing is. You ready? All right. He's talking about Meghan Markle, and he calls it the arrival of Suits actress Meghan Markle. Can you imagine if that's all you had? That and that soap story, all you have to hang your hat on, so that's what you're referred to as. But yeah, she wears it as a badge of honor. Okay. The arrival of Suits actress Meghan Markle. He goes on to explain. I don't want to read from the book because, again, Omid, he goes after people. All right, so I'm going to tell you in a nutshell. He explains it's her arrival that piqued his personal, to Omid, his interest in the royal story. Okay, so there's that. He's interested in her from the get-go. He says she was a smart, accomplished, biracial American woman. He calls her confident. He calls her optimistic. He talks about her being Californian, joining he calls it 1,000-year-old family of hereditary power. He goes into it being basically a stodgy institution not known for its openness and tolerance. So just let that sink in. He paints Meghan as just this heroic figure, this ray of sunshine that arrived in this dark, cobwebbed, awful family, right? To save the day. Who could possibly have helped write that? Oh, I know, Meghan did. This is the most, it's bullshit is what it is. It's complete and total work of fiction and bullshit. He's calling himself a journalist. I don't know what he's calling himself. And that's not what it is. This is an article for 17 magazine about why we all love Meghan Markle. It's not any substance. There's nothing here. There's no real sources. There's no real stories. It's just, I hear, my sources say, but it's like bullshit. Like, my sources say that Meghan hung the sun and the royal family tried to rip it down. Just like, what? What are we talking about? Give me something. It's the same with the Oprah interview. If you're going to make claims like this, give me something. Tell me what we're talking about. Tell me something of substance. It's not a lie that you can prove actually happened. They can't do it. They cannot do it. They just go to claims to try to make people uncomfortable without any real substance. And that's what this book is. That's where we're at. Okay. Sorry. 4-minute rant about this, but all right, we're going to get into this. So chapter 5 is called Baggage, and I can sum this up in about 30 seconds. All right. I've said it before. This book has been nothing so far, I know it's coming for Catherine and William, of course, Prince and Princess of Wales, but right now it's all swings at Charles. It's like I don't wish this on Charles for him to read this, but I actually hope he reads this, or I hope somebody gives him the low points. It's not that I want to hurt Charles, it's that I want him to know. Okay, so his son, Harry, is claiming that he didn't help write this book or didn't have any part of it. We can see through it. It's bullshit because it's basically spare two, spare harder. People have pointed out this book is 400 something pages, and allegedly that's something like what Harry said is he could write another 400 something, I don't know, something like that, pages of spare that he cut out. And so people think, oh, well, here it is in this form. It wouldn't shock me. Everything is written from Harry and Meghan's point of view. I've never seen a more ass-kissy book. I've seen people write, I don't know, help ghostwrite memoirs for people that are not this. They can do no wrong. I mean, even in memoirs, you'll have the celebrity talk about, I don't know, battles with addiction or whatever it is. I'm just talking off the cuff here. You know, like personal struggles. Yeah, Harry and Meghan apparently have none. They can do nothing wrong ever. You name it, they're perfect at it. Oh, I can prove it. You ready? Sorry, I'm jumping here. Back into chapter 7, we're going to get into it about the race stuff. He doesn't even acknowledge that Harry did wrong. And you know what I'm talking about, the costume of it all. Instead, he praises Harry and calls it a racial awakening is what Harry's had. And that he's the first royal in history to acknowledge his white privilege. Okay. All right. Then he paints their leaving as something of extreme significance and meaning because he's standing up for, you know, all these claims that Omid's making, this racial injustices. What? Tell me how. Again, give me one example. That guy dressed up like a you-know-what that I can't say here on YouTube. You know what I'm talking about. And yet he's going to he's trying to get a pat on the back because for leaving the royal family? What are we talking about? This is the most biased, unbelievable piece of nonsense. Okay, but back to chapter 5. The reason I bring this up is because I'm telling you, this thing cannot acknowledge anything bad that Harry and Meghan have done. It's only the grievances against the royal family. And honestly, it's the grievances against Charles. This is a sickness at this point. You know, I get stuck, and I am stuck on how Meghan tends to have obsessive behavior toward Catherine, Princess of Wales. I've been through a million examples. You can watch any of my videos where I talk about it. I'm calling it now. This is obsessive behavior of Harry toward King Charles. And I've said before, it's not that I'm a diehard King Charles fan. I am a diehard Catherine fan. Love her. I'm fine with Charles. I respect his position. I honestly, I'm okay with Charles. I don't know how else to say it. I'm fine. I'm not a diehard fan. I'm not just going to blindly stand up for him. But I will say it's unfair. It really is the way that they're painting him. It is. And so that's where, again, a long rant for me to say, I hope it gets back to Charles because this is awful what they're doing. They're sitting here claiming all these horrible things happened to Meghan and, oh, it's awful how they treated her, and yet pay no mind of how they're actually treating the family. Well, both families, but I'm talking about his family here, right? Again, in the same breath of, oh, poor victim Meghan, they're being horrible to Charles. They're being horrible to Catherine, Princess of Wales. They're being horrible to William and Camilla and a lot of them. And no word about that. That's, again, this is just a work of fiction. Okay. So back to Charles. They call him in this book, and I'm saying they because it's the three of them. I know they like to go after people. They always say, we didn't work together. So they allege, according to them, they didn't work together, but I'm calling bullshit. In my opinion, they did. They call Charles indecisive. They call him temperamental. They point out that they claim that he's often in the middle of sticky situations. Now I can think of a few. I'm sure you can too. But what are we talking about? I don't think it's him in the middle of sticky situation. Again, I'd say, what about Harry and Meghan? Aren't they always creating the situations and then throwing themselves in the middle of it? It just kills me that they do these awful things to the family that come after them. And then they, like, in my opinion, they have their people put out stories like, oh, look, Meghan tried to offer an olive branch. An olive branch for what? She's the one that kicked up the shitstorm. You can't be the bad guy and then try to be like, oh, I can fix it. I just stole your car, but I don't know. I put some gas in it. So I'm a hero, right? No, you stole the car. You don't get to be the hero. I don't know if that analogy makes sense, but hopefully you get what I'm saying. All right, let's move on. Again, in chapter 5, really goes hard after Charles even more. It goes over and over, brings it up a couple of times. And I've discussed in other videos, so I'm not really going to go into it here, but about the Cash for Honor scandal. And repeats it over and over, really trying to bring Charles down. And in fact, what's weird to me is, again, in chapter 7, which we'll get to when he talks about Meghan, he's like, they just constantly try to bring her down a peg. She wasn't grateful enough for her experience, so they're trying to knock her down. Again, I'd say, what are you trying to do with Charles? And we'll get to the others. But right now, in this section of the book, chapter 5, what are you trying to do with Charles, if not bring him down a peg by bringing up, bad things from the past, like the Camilla of it all. And yes, they do go into the Diana and Camilla of it all. But honestly, I'm over that. Like, I'm not going to go back through that. I know they love to rehash it. I'm good. Like, I honestly, you want my honest opinion? I've said it before. I think all three of them were probably in the wrong. I know Diana's on the record as saying she was wrong for her part in it. And I think Charles said something similar. And again, I'm not standing up for any of the three of them. I just think at this point, like, we're good. We're past it. However many years, like, I don't know, 20 something years later, like, what are we doing? So again, in the same breath of saying, oh, the palace is trying to be mean toward Meghan, they're trying to bring her down a peg, I'd say, again, what is this book doing? But trying to bring Charles down about 30 pegs. And again, I know it's coming for the others, but right now it's just Charles, mostly, that they're going after. They call him a busybody. They accuse him of campaigning. They accuse him as interfering with political processes. I'm around page 94 if you're trying to follow along. Please don't follow along. Don't buy this book. Again, library. All right. Anyway, so that's chapter 5. It's called Baggage. Honestly, it's just a smear campaign against Charles, and that's why I do hope, I'm not trying to wish ill on Charles. It's not that. I hope he knows how bad this is, because going into this thing, again, I tried to not read reviews because I want to bring you guys my honest review. And my honest review is, like, I had no idea how bad they were coming for Charles, how much the three of them apparently, according to me, my opinion, they hate Charles. That's exactly that's what we've got through chapter 5 so far. Chapter 6. All right. I'm just going to tell you the title is Andrew, and I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not covering it. I don't want to talk about it. It's not that I'm covering up anything. I've said my opinion before in videos. I just don't think that this, I'm trying to think of how to say this. I think they use this Andrew thing in, this whole thing as a way to say, hey, we're not as bad as that. Or to try to distract from the awful things that Harry and Meghan did. So I'm not going to play that game. I will gladly tell you my thoughts on Andrew and the whole situation, but not here. Because I am focused on talking about how Harry, Meghan, and Omid wrote this smear campaign against the royal family. And bringing up others' awfulness, whatever you believe happened there. It's two separate issues. And I don't think it belongs here. So I'm going to skip that. Chapter 7. All right. This is the big bad one. Here we go. It's called Race in the Royals. All right. I read you the example of what this chapter is. It's all about painting Meghan the victim, painting Meghan as this perfect creature who came into this family ready to work hard and I mean, just all the things, right? She's perfect. Everybody else is awful, but she's perfect. Nobody would help her, but she's perfect. It just is ludicrous at this point. It really is. And, no wonder I've heard so many people question this book. It's a work of fiction. It really is. It's just totally repainting history. Omid throws around the word ignorance about 100 times in this chapter. He calls the family ignorant. He calls it ignorance and casual racism, which I find that term offensive. Ignorance and bias is another thing he throws around a lot. He blames the royal family as well as the press for, all the ignorance and bias. Again, where have we heard that? Oh, yeah, Harry and his sick obsession with the press. Wonder why I think they work together. He goes on to give a glowing review, page 147, about Harry and Meghan and their Netflix special. And yet, my God. Okay. Again, they can do nothing wrong. He goes into how in 2016, Harry had to write a letter to the press. You know the story. I've been over this story. Saying, leave Meghan alone, right? And how, again, they're victims. Everybody else is awful. And it was an extraordinary thing for the palace to do, right? And it was an extraordinary thing for Harry to do. Because I'm choosing my words carefully here. All right. Here's my beef with this whole thing. So again, it's okay for Harry to try to stand up for Meghan, right? However misguided it is. It's okay for him to write a letter to the press saying, leave her alone. But yet in this book, they will not leave the royal family alone. They will not stop coming for Charles. And again, I'm not standing up for Charles. I'm just saying they just can't see the hypocrisy. Again, it's all about leave Meghan alone. Let me remind you that I had to stand up for her before and we're still standing up for her. Okay, except for you're fine harassing Catherine, Princess of Wales. That's totally fine with you. No problem. Fine putting it in print. Fine bringing up horrible nicknames of her in the past. Fine with even small details like she prefers Catherine, so we'll call her Kate. Bringing up, making up, in my opinion, horrible nicknames about her. Talking about not the Weighty Katie, because I know that was something they called her, but the Katie Keene. Okay. It turns out that's from an Archie comic. You can imagine who had their hand in that. Again, Meghan on record talking about loving Archie comics, but nobody can find record of that. But again, they call her names in this book. They're fine harassing Catherine, but yet when it comes to Meghan, leave her alone. It's just unbelievable. All right, let's keep going. They're completely rewriting history. They even talk about Meghan joining the family and says that she turned down help. Okay, we all know this story. It's that allegedly, according to all the other books we've read, everybody else agrees with the story except for Meghan. Imagine that the Queen had offered, I believe it was Sophie, because the Queen had such a special bond with Sophie. She offered Sophie to help Meghan, and Meghan said something very flippant along the lines of, no, I'm good. I got Harry. All right. But now they're rewriting history saying Meghan turned down help because she was offered help from Lady Susan Hussey. And she turned it down because she could sense it just wasn't a good idea. And let me explain. She's talking about it in terms of race. She felt like, again, this is Omid's words. I have to choose this carefully. I'm not going to read from the book. Just know it's around page 147. And it's rewriting history to say, basically in a nutshell, in my opinion, what he's trying to say here is that he's picking somebody who's been in the press, some people argue it was, some people argue it wasn't. Take your stance how you will. Lady Susan Hussey, Google it, see what I'm talking about. The history there, the controversy. And so Meghan's repainting this as, look who they were trying to put as my helper, huh? Somebody with some controversy around her name. And that's why she turned it down. It's all bullshit. Nothing is their fault. Nothing. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. Page 154, they go into, again, bashing Charles. They're saying that they couldn't, basically, in a nutshell, they couldn't trust Charles's people not to leak things to the press. He said that things leak quickly, especially from Harry's father's camp. Who could you be talking about? Crazy. Just more crazy stuff. All right, page 154. This is where things get even more ridiculous. Ready? I'm starting to lose my voice. Okay, I made a cup of tea. I'm much better. Here we go. So page 154. Again, talk about rewriting history. So they talk about Meghan and how staffers started to say, who does she think she is? Well, guess what? Instead of addressing potential awfulness from Meghan, he repaints it as, oh, see, that's a race issue. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're making it a race issue where it doesn't exist. We've heard countless stories, and they're all similar stories about her awful attitude and her awful treatment of those around her, and especially women. Again, if you don't believe me, look at all the people that have quit working for her and have had things to say about, again, her treatment. But again, it's being repainted as, oh, it's a race thing. By questioning who does she think she is, it's a way to be racist, basically, is what he's trying to say. All right. So then he goes into, he's painting it as that Meghan was treated as if she wasn't good enough to be in the family. All right. Once again, I say, don't let facts stand in your way. Wasn't she invited to things that Catherine wasn't invited to before they were married, but then they made exceptions and allowances for Meghan? In my personal opinion, he doesn't talk about this, my personal opinion is because she was spinning sob stories about being estranged from her family, right? Because it was all part of the plan. So they're like, well, fine, you can come have Christmas with us, whatever. But it just is unbelievable. They extended extra hospitality toward Meghan that sounds like it wasn't extended toward Catherine, and yet still not good enough, still thrown around the eastwards. Unbelievable. So why was she included in events before the marriage then if Catherine wasn't, if it's that she wasn't good enough to be in the family? Omid says it stinks of prejudice and privilege because he doesn't have any facts to go on, so why not throw around that stuff some more, right? All right. Then it continues on. Is that, so we get the same, again, this is where Spare 2 comes into play, because in Spare, Harry goes on that in Australia, they were rock stars. They were so popular, and they had some serious star power. Well, guess what? That's what Omid says, too. They were amazing. They had star power. Everybody else was jealous. Yeah, try to get through that without laughing. Yeah, I can't either. He called them up there with the Queen in terms of popularity. Let that sink in. Now, there was a time back in the day, I remember, where Harry was up there in popularity, but it's because the palace was covering for him, and we couldn't see what a prick he was, right? Oh, we can see it now. We can see you, Harry. And again, he goes into, they were trying to bring them down a peg, talking about Harry and Meghan, because they're the victims. They were too popular and the royal family couldn't stand it. Again, it just makes no sense. No evidence given, no credibility lended to these stories, just stories written down. Okay. He goes into, again, he doesn't even go into details. He just prints that Catherine made Meghan cry with not really any more details than that. Okay. So again, he just thinks by printing it, it makes it true. It's his truth, right? So They're claiming bias through this whole thing and the reporting of it, and yet they're clearly showing bias because they can't give any facts or any other sides to the story. It's only that they can do no wrong. He even goes after Angela Kelly, and the reason this is interesting is because why does Omid care? Oh, wait, he doesn't. It's Harry and Meghan that care. Meghan still holds beef against Angela about the tiara of it all from the wedding, and we know Harry went after her and called her some pretty awful stuff in Spare. So imagine that. Omid also has beef with Angela Kelly. It's wild. And then again, Omid says it was easy for him to see the manipulation for what it was. So again, no real facts here, just throwing these vague, like, racial allegations around, but with nothing to back it up. So honestly, all I could think of is, oh, this is for the sugars. They don't need to have facts or any actual information. If you just throw out allegations, they just believe it and go with it, and there you go. So to me, that's all this book is for people who are just following them blindly without doing any actual, digging, research, homework, any of the things, right? He tried to spin the staff leaving. He goes into all the people that left working for Meghan as not her fault, that it was fine. And I'm thinking, again, no, that is not the story we got in any of the other books. I just don't think it's that whole thing where there's smoke, there's fire. I don't think all these people writing about the events with similar stories to tell are making it up. I think this one lone person, Omid, who's working with Harry and Meghan, he's the one that's making this shit up. He's the one with the agenda here, again, to paint Harry and Meghan as, perfection. It just doesn't make any sense. He calls any criticism toward Meghan a pile-on. And again, I ask, okay, then if that's the case, what would you say she was doing toward Catherine, Princess of Wales? Wouldn't that be considered a pile-on? I would. He paints Meghan as suffering and a victim and that no one would help her. And I've asked this a million times, and I know you have too. What about her idiot husband? Why wasn't he helping her? He claims to know about, I don't know, mental health issues and all this, but yeah, he couldn't get her help. Okay. Doesn't make any sense. Again, why back it up with facts or any kind of information? Just throw these claims out there. Omid makes it about himself and starts listing some racial related attacks that he received, including some messages he received, and then talks about Meghan calling him and how wonderful she is because she heard that he was suffering too. So she called him, but yet claims to not, be friends with her or be working with her? Okay. And then goes out of his way to claim that, once again, the palace would not help her. So much more. I mean, I think I've hit my max of BS for this episode. We're covering chapters 7. We're going to get through 8. And then I think, do we go? Yeah, we start into chapter 9. So in case you're following along, I keep saying it. Don't follow along. Don't buy this book. I got it from the library. That's where we're getting this information from. And then it will promptly be returned. Thank you guys for all the lovely comments. I really appreciate you all. Now let's dive into this drivel. Now, in today's video, I want you to really pay attention to the background photos, especially Harold of Harold and Fraud. Why is that? Oh, because in this part of the book, Omid describes Harry as a positive, happy, and motivating person. Okay, just keep that in mind. He's disparaging William the whole time, but he's calling Harry positive, happy, and motivating, as evidenced by the photos you see before you. Makes about as much sense as the rest of this book does, right? All right, let's take a look at the happy, motivating. Oh, there he is. All right, you guys, my complaint about this book stands. This is not based in any reality whatsoever. He's basically slinging mud, this time at William. Again, previously we've seen a lot at Charles, but this time at William. It gives zero evidence to back any of it up. He just makes these claims. And I know the royal family's not into, I don't know, they keep quiet, they don't cause a ruckus. But in this case, that's my southern word, ruckus. In this case, I hope they do. I hope William sues the pants off Omid. I hope those translators, the Dutch translators, sue the pants off Omid. I hope everybody sues the pants off Omid. And I hope they don't just stop there, because it is so clear in this book that it is written by Harry and Meghan. Now, I've seen the theories put out there that it's just Meghan involved in this book, but I'm telling you, reading it, it's got Harry all over it as well. I'll agree, it's probably mostly Meghan. This is my opinion. I have to say that. They claim they didn't work together. Bullshit. We can see right through it. But I'm telling you, this has Harry's hands on it too. They go hard after William in this part, and we're going to get into it. I'm going to discuss something I've never really talked about on the channel because I don't agree with it. I don't believe in it. I'll go over all the reasons why it's BS, but we're going to talk about the allegations against William and why I think it's BS. And we're going to talk about why it's coming up in this part of the book. But we'll get there. Let's pick back up with chapter 7. I'm stalling for time to remember the name of this damn chapter. I have it written down and now I can't find it. Hold on. It is, Race in the Royals. Okay. Again, I want to remind you, this whole thing, no matter what, the royal family, they keep pointing out how stodgy and antiquated it is and how Harry and Meghan are wonderful. Again, I'll get there, but another example of this, they go hard after William and how awful they're claiming he is. I don't believe it, but they're going hard into that. And yet how wonderful Harry and Meghan are. You guys, I cannot make this stuff up. There's a scene he paints of the sun rising over the mountains and the water sparkling from the Pacific Ocean. And Meghan's in the kitchen because, the mornings really are about family. They're very hands-on parents. This is all in the book. This is the nonsense, the level of nonsense we're dealing with in the book. Oh, yeah. Seems like the kids are super important to them, except for they're not. We never see them with them. There's not even car seats in the cars. There's just so many things that don't make any sense. We'll get there. I don't like talking about the kids. It's not about the kids. It's about the awful parents. How about that? All right. Back to this book. Chapter 7. I pick up on page 165 in case you're trying to follow along. Don't follow along. Page 165, they get into, and I'm saying they because, again, I'm saying Harry, Meghan, and Omid get into recollections may vary. Now, this is near and dear to my heart. If you're new here, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Honk, honk. I have merch that says recollections may vary. I love it. It's one of my favorite things ever, and it's very popular, and I love that people love it as well. So check that out. But he's coming for it. There's an interview recently, and I wish I had gotten the name of the podcast. I think it was on a podcast. I didn't get the name of it. It really doesn't matter. It's just that he's calling recollections may vary an ist word. And again, if you're new here, I say it like that because YouTube doesn't love that word, but you know what I'm talking about. Misogynist, the race one, all that. He calls it that. Okay. I'm pausing and shaking my head. I wish you could see me right now. All right. He says it was used to plant the seeds of doubt in people's mind. Again, every single thing, everything we know, they twist. This is what they do. I'm talking about Omid, Harry, and Meghan. So like this right here, recollections may vary was a very nice way the royal family to say, what the hell are you guys talking about? You're clearly lying, as evidenced by the Oprah interview. But it was a nicer, more regal way of saying that. And yet, again, Omid uses everything. And Omid and Meghan and Harry use everything to repaint things, to reimagine things, to make shit up. So in this case, they're using it, instead of owning any part that they may have had in that whole situation, it's that the royal family is the Istwards, and that they use that to plant seeds of doubts in people's mind about the struggles that Meghan was going through. Please read the sarcasm when I talk like that. They didn't want... They say, okay, this is Omid's version, right? He says that was put out there because they didn't want people pointing the finger at William and Catherine. So again, this is where we start to see the digs more at William and Catherine. He's trying to blame them in all this. I'm sorry. Did they go on Oprah and tell all the lies? I don't think they did. I don't remember that. Do you guys? Let me know in the comments. No, it was not them. it was Dumb and Dumberton right here on the screen. That, the happy couple right here, right? They're so happy. No, it was Dumb and Dumberton that went on and told all these lies. So it forced the royal family to put out a statement like this. But again, they love to twist things. He tries to put down Catherine for this, and then in a very shitty way says, basically, how dare she try to defend her family? I'm sorry, what? Again, I'm sorry. You're telling me Harry and Meghan are these model parents. I'm sorry, I can't say that without laughing. And yet Catherine is not allowed to defend her family? Really? All right. Again, this is the level of, just straight up bias that we're dealing with, which is so funny because when I say bias, I think of Harry saying unconscious bias. All right. Then he goes on with this drivel and says the palace was unwilling to accept what Meghan stood for. He used her titles. I won't do it. I hope they're gone soon. What Meghan stood for, this is on page 169, and wouldn't help her when she needed it most. So again, this is such bullshit, this narrative. So I'm sorry. Harry was very much a part of this. He couldn't help her, but that's not his fault. Nothing is their fault. It's everybody else's. So once again, it's everybody else's fault that Meghan needed help. I've said it before. I don't believe it, but let's just play devil's advocate and say, okay, yeah, sure, she needed help. Okay, fine. She couldn't get help herself for whatever reason. Okay, fine. Let's keep believing stuff, right? I have some property to sell you if you believe stuff. But let's just keep believing, right? But Harry couldn't help her, but that's not his fault. He was completely checked out of this, but that's not his fault. It's everybody else's, right? Everybody else's fault, always. All right. Then we get into chapter 8, gloves on. Oh, don't worry. You know what chapter 9 is called? Gloves off. See what he did there? He's so clever. Again, read the sarcasm. I'm getting eye strain from rolling my eyes so hard at this. All right. This is hard. This chapter sucks. This is where they really go after William. And again, I'm saying they on purpose. They really go after William. They paint him as keen to be seen as like favored and forward thinking. But yet, even saying it like that, it's undermining anything he actually has done to be forward thinking. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm stuck on that. I keep saying I'm sorry. All right. I have all these notes, but this is just occurring to me right now, so go with me on this journey. So they're keen to paint William as this horrible monster who's trying to be the favorite son. But again, I say, did William go on Oprah and air all the grievances? Did he write a book called Spare and try to be the hero? No, he did not. That was Harry that did that. But again, no mention of that. It's all William's fault, always. Calls William, they go on to call William tolerant in his public role, but not privately. So again, these are some serious, serious accusations. No backing, no proof, no anything. Just Omid saying these things, and again, the three of them saying these things, nothing to back it up. So by saying stuff like that, obviously, it's not affecting us, but it's affecting the idiots. Some idiot somewhere is going to read this and be like, oh, that's awful. William's awful, Believe me, I don't want to be friends with that person. But you know what I'm saying? Like, somebody might believe you, even though there's no facts to... that's just what they do. They just throw out these statements with no facts to break them up. Okay, to back them up. Continuing on, page 174. They blame William and Catherine for their silence after the Oprah of it all. Okay. Again, I'm sorry. Who went on national TV to air all these grievances? I don't think it was William and Catherine. And honestly, I think their silence was the nicest possible thing they could do for Harry and Meghan. Because I wish, and I think a lot of you wish, they just let it rip. But I understand. I get comments like, no, they need to keep calm, carry on, all the things. Remain stoic, be quiet. I get what you're saying, but damn, I want them to rip them a new one. I want them to release those bullying reports. There's nothing to hide. Where are they still hidden? All I'm saying. Excuse me. Okay, let's keep going. See, I yell so much into the mic, I lose my voice. Let me make some tea. Back in a sec. All right, ladies and gents, This is the hard part. I've been bracing for this. I actually had to make, well, to quote some of my favorite people from the UK, a cuppa. I love that so much. I had to make a cuppa. All right. This is the part I've been dreading. I have never talked about this before because I think it's bullshit, but they're bringing it up over pages of this book. Okay. So we're going to talk about it, even though I don't want to. Here we go. Can you tell I'm stalling? Here we go. They bring up allegations of infidelity on the part of Prince William. All right. They dedicate pages to this. They discuss her name in detail. They discuss him and her in detail. But then he tries to cover his ass, I think, from not getting sued, to say rumors are rumors. Okay. All right. Here's my thinking on this. Let's talk about it. Because I do have Sugars saying stuff like this in my comments. I tried to look into it some. I know others have looked into it. This is something I do want to look into, but then I think I don't want to make a video about it because I don't want to draw any more attention to what I believe is total nonsense. Here's my true thoughts. This is my opinion. I have to say that because of these three, but I'm telling you now, this is my opinion on what really went down here. All right. This is all Meghan. Meghan came up with this story. Rose is a friend of Catherine's, and we've seen Rose together with Catherine since all this, and I don't think that'd be the case if there's any shred of truth to this. Meghan is a horrible monster who we've seen a pattern of awfulness toward Catherine. Okay, she's pathological. And it is my opinion that Meghan made up this shit because she knew it would hurt, because it's a friend of Catherine's, a longtime friend of Catherine's. They use a story to try to paint Meghan as a victim. How? By making William into a monster. And then by saying that, when William was going through all this with the rumors, Meghan was told with her rumors, what rumors? I don't know. She's like whining about the way the press treated her early on, all that bullshit. Even though the press seemed to be great to her, whatever. Don't let the truth stand in your way, right? So I think it is my opinion that Meghan made all this shit up to play victim, to be like, look, see, the palace was trying to help William. They're not helping Meghan. But again, let's really think about this. Why would they try to help William? Because it's lies. Why wouldn't they try to help Meghan? Because she's lying. What I mean is Williams are lies against him. So they're helping him, saying, no, these are lies. And we'll get into it. The guy that tweeted out the rumor originally ended up retracting it. But don't let the truth stand in your way, Meghan. Not in the way of a good victim story, right? And I believe that she's saying this because the palace probably didn't help her because there was nothing to help her with. The press was still treating her well. So in 2017, all right, they were living in Notcott, right? Again, look at the happy faces on the screen. They're living in Notcott. And that seems to be about when they can trace this rumor to have started, from what I could tell from my online research. Okay. Again, this is all alleged, but I'm telling you what I've found and what I believe to be the case. Harry and Meghan met with this reporter. I think he's a reporter. I don't know what you call him. I guess he's a reporter. As much as Omid is. I don't know. Giles. God, I wrote it down in now. Oh, Corrin. Corrin is his last name. That's right. Giles Corrin. I know his sister is Victoria Corrin Mitchell. I've seen her on Taskmaster. Okay. Brother, Giles Corrin. Okay. He worked for Times of London. I don't know if he still does, but he did. All right. So the theory is, and this is just a theory, just like Omid said to cover his ass, it's a rumor until it's not a rumor, right? These three, I'm sorry, not these three. Harry and Meghan met with Giles, so yeah, I guess those three, allegedly at the Soho House. And then it was right after that, he spread it around, right? He tweeted something out, and I went to find the tweet. I found some that people say are the tweets, but because I can't verify it's a tweet, I'm not sharing it here. You can Google it. You can find it. He spread it around, but then deleted it, I think within like a couple of hours, and then admitted it was not true. Okay. Allegedly, all the things. All right. So again, I'm going to point my finger back. Believe me, Harry's not off the hook. Harry very much was involved, it sounds like, too, allegedly. But I'm pointing my finger right back at you, Meghan. 2017, you were very much a part of this. The rumor got spread around through this asshole who I wish they would have sued him. It sounds like he was threatened and then he took it down. And these rumors were unsubstantiated. And so the press, they stayed away from it. But see, Harry and Meghan are mad and they're, again, trying to spin things. And they're trying to say, oh, look, see, it's because of racial issues. They'll ignore it when it's William, but they won't when it's Meghan. And I'm like, no, it's because it's bullshit. You're petty and awful and you're mean and you're a horrible person. And you're pathologically jealous of Catherine, Princess of Wales. So you're coming after her. And they're trying to think, what's the worst thing to hurt Catherine? Oh, I know. Trying to spread vicious rumors and lies about her marriage. And hey, let's throw in a good friend of hers while we're at it. Yeah, let's do that. That's my opinion on what happened. They can spin it any way they want. It's bullshit. The whole thing's bullshit. And honestly, I feel bad for the girl. I don't even like saying her name, and it's not against her. It's because I don't think it's right to spread rumors about her when I don't think, in my opinion, she did a single thing wrong. I think that's wrong what they did to her. But Meghan doesn't give a shit. She'd use anybody, and she seems to really like to hurt women. She can pretend to be an activist all she wants, but she sure as shit loves to go after Catherine, Princess of Wales, so she can try to take her down and maybe take down another woman too. Then she feels like she's won. So I really think that's where it came from. That's my opinion. All right, I'm ready to move on from this. I'm dying to know your thoughts on this. Leave them in the comments below. All right, let's move on. But just know I'm completely disgusted by this whole book, but especially this part. All right, we are still in this chapter, and we're on page 180. There's claims that William outwardly embodies the Queen and is pro-institution, but then inwardly he has a temper. Okay. Then they continue on the storyline, again, basically bashing William and going on and on about his horrible temper. And I'm sorry, once again, the only evidence we've seen is that Harry has a temper, not William. Harry revealed it in Spare, basically. He belittles William and Catherine, and again, Omid does this in the book, but I'm saying Harry and Meghan were involved. They belittle William and Catherine for being, quote, mental health ambassadors. Let that sink in. And then they say they did little, or they didn't express any empathy for Meghan. Okay. Are we forgetting that Harry was part of this Heads Together, I believe it was called? Are we just going to forget that? Not we, but I'm talking about Omid. He's a really shitty writer because, again, he's only one-sided and he's not remembering, oh, yeah, Harry was a part of that. But, hey, don't let the facts stand in your way. Let's just blame William and Catherine. Again, why is it their fault? They can't answer it, but talking about Harry and Meghan can't answer why it's William and Catherine's fault. They just like to blame, especially Catherine, for things. Reeks of the wife. All right, page 182 calls out William as, Omid. He's pretending like he knows William by saying he used to be enjoyable to be around. Okay, again, I'm saying this is more spin. Think about this. I wonder why William might have changed around Omid. Weird. Could be the way you've glommed on to Harry and Meghan. That might have him changing how he is around you. Just a guess. 2 pages later, still on about William's anger. Again, it's just pushing this narrative that I don't believe is there. And honestly, raise your hand if you're one of the ones, because I'm raising my hand right now, that fell in love with William even more after reading Spare. If that dog bowl story about pushing Harry into a dog bowl or something and then breaking his necklace, whatever the story was. I don't believe anything from Spare, but I want to believe that part. And if that's true, it makes me love William even more. He refers to, here we go. And then Omid goes into Harry and says, he's got newfound freedom and he's now onto justice-seeking campaigns. What the fuck are we talking about? Tell me what justice-seeking campaign he's on. Because the only thing it seems is revenge. Justice and revenge, not the same things. That's what it seems like to me. They go on to call William work shy. And again, I say, I'm sorry. Are we forgetting about Harry and Meghan, who are known to have the worst work ethic of any people ever? Again, see the podcast for details. I believe lazy grifters was thrown around. Just saying, I don't remember hearing William called that. This chapter wraps up with a discussion of Spare and says that, can you believe it? William says he didn't read it. I don't blame him. I mean, it's just a bunch of lies. Why would he want to read that? And it's mostly about himself and his wife. Why would he want to read that? Also, Omid is saying that William refers to Harry as lost. And I'm like, hey, finally, Omid gets something right because Harry is lost. The only one that can't see that is Omid. All right. And then we go into chapter 9. You guys, I cannot with this bullshit. So I'm not kidding. He goes from the chapter of William being the worst or whatever he's saying about William here. And then he goes into Harry and Meghan and they can do no wrong. I'm not even kidding. This chapter opens up with that, like I was saying, the morning sun rises over the mountains. The Pacific Ocean sparkles. Meghan's preparing breakfast. And, they have to spend time with their kids before. Oh, I can't even. They shift into work mode. Again, what work are we talking about? What kids are we talking about? What are we talking about? No details given. No information to back any of this up, just assumptions made, right? But he doesn't talk to them, so he doesn't. Why would he know their schedule if he doesn't talk to them? Oh, God. Keep the mornings for family only, no staff. This is another ludicrous claim by Omid. They're hands-on parents. They do school runs every day. Again, this is, what's the word? Sycophantic, I think, at this point. How much he is just the sun rises and sets with Harry and Meghan. They can do no wrong. They're amazing at everything. They're the best workers, the best parents, as we've seen. Haha, right. They're not busy trying to schedule things to try to overshadow the royal family or, calling back grid or anything like that. Okay. Then he goes on to picks on the press saying they have an obsession with the number of bathrooms in their sprawling California compound. What the fuck? What are we talking about? What? I don't even know why I'm trying anymore. I don't know why I'm trying to make sense of this. It makes no sense at all. And then we have a friend describing Harry as a positive, happy, and motivating force. And that's where I've hit my level of BS for the day. So I'm going to do here. Oh, you guys. I just had to get all this out here. I feel like I just want to convey to you the level of nonsense we're dealing with. The lies, the one-sidedness, this is Meghan. This is Meghan. This is her book. Here we go. They can say it all they want. This is Meghan, especially when I see it coming for Catherine and William's marriage. This is Meghan. I mean, I think in the anger stuff, that's Harry, but I think this is Meghan. Yep. All right. Harry, Meghan, and Omid's account of things versus the things we've heard from how they got there, how they got the news to how they arrived to, the actual, the walkabout, the funeral itself, that sort of thing. So we're going to go into all that. Rough subject, but it's important to call out the continued, lies, spinning, the repainting, redoing history, rewriting history, all the things, right? I just think it's important to discuss. So we're going to get into it. Buckle up for this. I don't love talking about this stuff. I love Her Majesty the late Queen. But again, I don't want to let the three of them get away with the bullshit. So I think it's important to talk about. So we're going to talk about it. This is chapter 9. If you're following along with me, I keep saying it, don't follow along with me. Don't get this book. It's awful, awful book. I got it from the library. It will be promptly returned as soon as I'm done. But chapter 9, picking up around page 200. All right. You guys, so the chapter, so this part starts off with describing Harry as healthy and working out every day. Now, don't even get me started. Now, we just came on the heels of Spare, where we get a very different picture painted about substances. That's conveniently left out of this one. This book, it's like Harry and Meghan can do no wrong whatsoever. They are victims, as you will see, even in dealing with the Queen's passing. They are the victims here, lest we not forget. They will remind us every 2 to 3 sentences. It's really going to make you sick. All right. I've been changing up the background pictures. I hate any images or reminders of the Queen's funeral, but I do think it's important just to see these pictures as we talk about this, because they talk about how awful it was for them. And I just want you to pay attention to Harry and Meghan in particular, their body language, how they make the event about themselves. I just find it so disrespectful. I talked about it at the time. I'm talking about it again since it's coming up. I think it's so disrespectful how they held hands. Yeah, in the scheme of things, holding hands, not a big deal. But at this event, it's not appropriate. At the walkabout, it was distracting. It's rude. It showed that, to me, I read it as we're more important. We're going to be together. You know what I mean? We're going to be standing together holding hands instead of interacting with the common folk. But also, look at us. Look at me holding hands. And then especially at the Queen's funeral, what the hell is your problem that you can't walk down a hallway or an aisle or whatever without holding hands? And at that event, it was tacky and disgusting. I mean, it's always tacky with them, but I thought it was particularly disgusting. So just pay attention to that in the background. That's why I'm showing these pictures. Also, again, look at Meghan. A pagan shit comes to mind. Anyway, let's keep going. All right. I crack myself up with that. That's an expression here, but I think it's really funny. I think it fits. All right. So this book just continues to paint them as victims. So the Queen had rejected their half-in, half-out plan. Can't imagine why that wouldn't have worked, right? Again, painting themselves as victims. They had to make decisions in haste because they didn't have any other choice. So they had to take deals they wouldn't have necessarily taken when they started their new life in America. Nothing is ever their fault. It's not that they were allegedly thrown out or made to leave. It's not that they abandoned posts, demanded things, and then left, whatever version of events you believe. It's not any of that. It's that they left for freedom to do good things. I'm laughing because I know how it ends up. And because they were struggling and they had to make decisions in haste, I would like to point out that Omid conveniently leaves out that his father was still giving him money when they first left. Remember that came out, I believe it was for around a year or so. Charles was giving them money, but why let the truth stand in your way of a good story, right? It's a bad story, but you get what I'm saying. All right, what else? So the poor things were out of the loop in regard to the Queen. I mean, I can't imagine why. It couldn't be because they were bashing the family and her, the entire family, on Netflix, or I guess at that point it would have been Oprah, but yet they're the victims in all this. I would just like to remind us all that, because I'm not kidding. I wish I could show you on the pages. They say it constantly. Poor things. It's not that they did anything wrong to isolate themselves from the family. It's that the family was being cold and not giving them any information. All right. So they talk about being in Europe and staying at Frogmore, but for some reason it just didn't feel cozy anymore. Again, could it be that you threw the entire family under the bus on Oprah? Probably. Let's see. Oh, and then Charles calls. Okay, this is how the book spins it. Charles calls, but it rings up as unlisted, unavailable, whatever. Meghan saves the day. Yep, that's right. She tells Has, you should answer that, as if she has a feeling that something's going on. So miraculously, Harry does answer it. Dun, dun, dun. It's Charles. All right. I'm not making light of course, the Queen passing. I'm making light of these assholes making this horrible tragic event about themselves. All right. So Charles calls Meghan's the heroine who says, answer it. They find out the news. Harry finds out he's got to get to Scotland quick. He texts William, let's make William the villain in all this. There's no answer. Harry can't figure out how to text anybody else. He's just hung up on that William won't answer. We just keep getting stories of William's not answering. Harry, the victim, can't get a flight. Charles said, come alone, meaning leave that a-hole you married behind. All right. And then the book says that they were assured that Catherine wouldn't be there either. And I say again, another jab at Catherine. Catherine did nothing wrong. She was the target of this horrible woman we see on the screen. And yet, again, they're still throwing her. I don't know. I wouldn't even say throwing her. They're just being horrible to her in this book repeatedly. Apparently, Eugenie reached out. That was an important detail. Why? I don't know. They're just trying to show that, see, not everybody in the family hates him. Oh, we know. We see you, Eugenie. We see you. William, Edward, and Sophie. All right. So they're on this plane. And this is where history gets rewritten. The way that Omid/Harry tells this story, excuse me, is that William, Edward, and Sophie were on a plane, private plane. And it was held for an hour. They didn't really explain why. Later, it was alluded something about bad weather, but it really was. They really made this part murky. Murky Meg. They really made this part murky, again, to try to paint Harry and Meghan as victims. They were held for an hour, and yet Harry couldn't get his shit together to get on that plane. We'll get to what I think happened, but anyway. Poor guy had to purchase a private plane ride for £30,000. They had to include the number on that too. The Queen passed at 3:10 p.m. According to the book, William landed at 3:50 p.m. Harry didn't know about her passing. His flight, according to the book. I'm saying according to the book a lot because I don't believe any of this. I'm just telling you what they're saying, and I'm going to tell you my thoughts. Something about, I don't know if they're saying Harry took off or landed around 5:35, whatever. They put that time in there. I don't care why. I don't believe anything they say. Harry, again, victim. Oh, he was the last to know. The palace claimed, this is according to the book, the palace claims that Charles called Harry, but Harry denies this. Charles didn't call. And yet, he does go into when Meghan tried to get a hold of him, he wasn't getting the call. That's acceptable. He could explain it as he didn't have service in the air, but he can't explain that, hey, perhaps Charles actually did try to call him and he didn't have service. Nope. Can't be like that. You have to paint Meghan as a victim here. You have to paint Charles as a villain. That's all Omid knows how to do. That's all the three of them know how to do. All right. Harry lands and has an urgent text from Meghan saying to call. Charles told the papers that they spoke, and Omid claims it's to save face. Harry was crushed. He then claims, this is where I got real pissed, because again, he does this with Diana too. Not here to speak for herself, so he puts words in her mouth. So now he's claiming the Queen would have wanted him to know before everybody else knew. And makes it all about himself, how tragic it was for him, what a loss it was for him. So let's have some real talk now. Okay, this is total bullshit. I have to say, in my opinion, and allegedly, because these three are a-holes, but I'm telling you that's not what happened. I've dug through articles on this, and let me tell you what I think, what I believe, my opinion of what happened. As I do, I'm flashing this article from The Independent because it kind of breaks down exactly what I think happened as well. All right, so he likes to claim he was left in the dark. Here's what I really think happened. The flight, the William, Sophie, that flight was held because Harry and Meghan. It had nothing to do with the weather. And the reason it had nothing to do with the weather, which they now claim, Harry and Meghan now claim, is because when you look at flights going in and out of Aberdeen, Scotland, they were still going. So I don't believe it had anything to do with the weather. That's just a convenient narrative that they've, used now. All right. It's what they like to do. They like to repaint history, whatever, rewrite history. All right. So he claims over and over William didn't answer his call. Well, if that's the case, why not text the others on the plane? Sophie, I already forgot who else was on the plane. Why not text them? Okay. Harry wanted, in my opinion, Harry wanted to bring Meghan. They all said, nope. Do you ever watch Archer? Because one of the characters on there keeps saying, nope. That's all I can think. Nope. So it became a whole thing where Harry was being petulant and arguing. I think Meghan and Harry were arguing. Meghan was insisting that it become the Meghan show and she get on the plane. They're like, nope. All right. I think it's unfair what they did to Catherine. I think that she had every right to be on that plane and to go. They are trying to rewrite that as well. Catherine wasn't allowed either. And then there was a story about Catherine stayed behind because it was the children's first day at a new school, something like that. I don't know where the truth lies in, but I don't ever believe anything Harry and Meghan say about Catherine. We know. We don't even have to say it. Catherine had a beautiful relationship with the Queen. She would have been there, and I feel like she is the one that got unfairly treated in all this. Okay. They refused to allow Meghan on this flight. So Harry dragged it out. They ended up taking off without him. Harry was the reason it was delayed, made it all about himself. And this is a way to attack the family. This is Harry's story to try to attack the family, is that I don't know, that to change details where I believe it was his fault. The other thing I want to bring up around this time is that Harry, wait, go back. I didn't spend enough time on this. I'm thinking about that plane ride. So can you imagine being William, Sophie, anybody else on this plane? And you're having to wait on these assholes while they argue with you and try to bring the monster with them, the sea witch with them. Unbelievable. I mean, I wish they would have taken off when they were supposed to. It sounds like they had to wait an hour. Unbelievable. It is believable. Harry and Meghan are making it all about themselves once again. All right, moving on. So then I heard the story about the train thing. So allegedly what happened there is they had a suspicion, they knew, that Harry and Meghan was leaking stories. And so they told them that the Queen's body would be arriving back to Windsor by train, just to see. And sure enough, that's what was leaked out to the press. Now, Harry and Meghan are trying to rewrite that history. Because even in this book, Endgame, they say, they talked about sending her by train, but because of security issues, they ended up flying her. Nope, that is a way to cover their tracks. I believe, in my opinion, they're the ones that leaked this story about the train thing. And they're trying to cover their tracks. By saying that, then it sounds like aides were involved and other people. So anybody could have leaked this story. No, it doesn't make any sense. All right, so then they go back to playing victim. Harry goes on and on in this book about not being included. It's William, Charles, and Camilla, and he's not included. All right. Then, you ready for the biggest laugh of your life? Page 206. Meghan kept a low profile during this. She was just hoping, you guys, according to Omid, she was hoping that the press wouldn't talk about her, that she wouldn't get any media attention. I'm not kidding. That's actually what he talks about in the book. She didn't want to steal any focus. She wanted it to be about the Queen, as it should be. Again, I say, if that's the case, why are you holding this hand? Why can't you take 3 steps without holding this hand? Again, I've said it before. I don't give a shit about PDA. And I don't know what the word is in normal circumstances. That's not what they do. It's weird. It's obsessive. It's controlling. That's a whole other video. I've done videos on that. And to me, it's disgusting and classless to do it at this event, especially at anything to do with a funeral. You can't even, you see it here, you can't even walk and mourn without holding hands. I just think that's absolutely ludicrous. All right, moving on. So then they say Charles told William, swallow your pride. You need to invite Harry and Meghan to the walkabout. All right. You ready for this nonsense? Here we go. So then we get this whole thing that those poor victims, Harry and Meghan, they only had 40 minutes notice, you guys, to meet up for the walkabout. Okay, again, not how I heard this story. Allegedly, the way I heard it is they were going to do their own walkabout and try to film it, possibly, for Netflix. And it was going to, I mean, it's just disgusting. If that's even kind of true, that's disgusting. And William got wind of it and said, no way. And so they were basically forced to include them in this thing to try to make sure they didn't pull some shit. That's the way I understand it. That's the way I believe it. All right. So then they go, I'm not even kidding. They go into Meghan. Again, 40 minutes to get ready, whatever, to meet up. Meghan had been on a walk that day. She was wearing sneakers and her hair pulled up from that walk. So she had to scramble. What the fuck are we talking about? Of course she wrote this book, because who would know that detail? Let's play dumb, real dumb for a second and pretend like, no, she didn't write the book. These are all her, people around her? Nobody can stand her. So nobody's stuck with her to talk in this book. But let's just play devil's advocate and say, okay, sure, people around her were giving interviews and filling in information for this book. Who would know that detail? Nobody will remember what exactly she was up to that day. Oh, yep, I can tell you that day she was on a walk. She was wearing sneakers. Her hair was pulled back. Nobody would know that. Only Meghan would say something like that. But again, don't let common sense stand in your way, Omid. Just keep trying to feed us your lies. So, goodness. So we get to the walkabout. And then we get fed more bullshit. Meghan was nervous. You guys, according to this book, Meghan was nervous in front of that crowd. There was so much vitriol aimed specifically at Meghan. Again, nothing's ever their fault. It's not that they did horrible things. It's not that they went on Oprah and lied their tits off. It's that people are the ist words and they're aiming it. They're taking their hatred out on Meghan by no fault of their own. Oh, my God. She was doing her best to hold it together. Poor thing. My God. Again, even making this situation about themselves, it's absolutely disgusting. They talk about a photo that was forced by William, and that this was all punishment for them leaving and moving to California. Again, I mean, Omid is just not interested in any facts or any real information. Could it be that everybody was still pissed about you going on Oprah and bashing your family? Could it be that? No, you won't even explore that possibility. No, they're victims. Okay, sure. Let's keep writing that stuff down. They made, again, this book continues to make everything about how hard it was on Harry and Meghan, the snubs they received, and that everybody else was on power trips. Yep, that's something that they allege. They accused Charles. Oh, okay. So then it just kind of spirals from here, this chapter. It doesn't, I just kept waiting for more information on, I don't know, the funeral itself or more details. No, they just Omid kind of spirals here and out of nowhere starts going into the phone hacking of it all. And they accuse Charles of some pretty awful things, of a secret agreement. We've heard this from Harry as well. They accuse Charles of a secret agreement with Murdoch and his executives in the phone hacking, and that, I don't know, it's a whole thing, but just let me end it on this ridiculous fact. You ready? They say that Harry's campaign to change the media is his life's work. You guys, what are we talking about? Okay, campaign to change the media. No, seriously, what are we talking about? Because I'm very confused by this. The only campaign I can see Harry on is that he hates the First Amendment. He said it himself. He doesn't understand. He thinks it's bonkers. He doesn't want people to speak freely. He wants to be able to speak freely. Him and his Instagram-loving wife want to speak freely. But I know firsthand, all of us YouTubers know, everybody creating content knows, they do not want anybody else to speak up. Only them. So changing the media? No, he doesn't want to change the media. He just wants to change the rules to benefit himself. That's what he's doing. And the irony's not lost on me that he's here through this book venting about, once again, the press, the media, his obsession, not lifelong work, obsession. And yet, again, I can't help but think, you paired up with I'm using big ol' air quotes, journalist, Omid, to write this book. Again, another tell-all about your family, while trying to suppress everybody else's free speech. It's just, you just can't make this stuff up. Therein lies the hypocrisy, right? Be tough. Stick with me. We're going to talk about the BS. We're going to wade through the BS. Today gets into the bullying accusations against Meghan. And I'm pausing to think of how to say this without cracking up. You guys, Meghan's just the victim in all this, but she didn't write this book. Omid wrote it, right? Isn't that what they're saying? Anyway. Oh, God. Stick with me on this. We're going to get through this together. Let's hold feathers and get through this. Okay. I'm Jen. Thanks so much for being here. Honk, honk, everyone. I got so sick of the pictures of Harry looking miserable and all the things. So this time in the background, we have photos of Meghan, who can't stop messing with her hair. Something I've noticed. It's something you've noticed. Now you can really notice it in all these pictures. Let's take a look and listen to the BS, shall we? Gotta find something to make us laugh while we listen to this nonsense. All right. So picking up in chapter 10, and again, if you're watching this out of order, if you're like, oh, should I start on part 10? Who cares? It doesn't matter. I'm explaining what he's talking about. It really doesn't matter. This book doesn't matter. All right, let's keep going. Chapter 10, the men and women in gray. All right. Again, I've heard the theories, as have you, that it was just Omid and Meghan that helped with this book. Again, I have to put this blanket statement. It's all alleged. According to Omid, nope, only he wrote it. According to my brain, nope, Omid, Harry, and Meghan wrote it. And the reason I do think Harry is involved is we see a lot of things that Harry said in Spare coming across in here. He takes a lot of digs at William, a lot of digs at Charles, and a lot of digs at the media. So that screams Harry to me. I mean, that's the Harry we've come to know, right? All right. So this chapter, again, men and women in gray. Right off the bat, Omid talks about the advisors, and he calls them, you ready for this? Hangers on. Just let that sink in. He's calling Omid Scobie is calling somebody else a hanger on. I'd say, what are you, Omid, if not a hanger on? Look at you right now. Spinning tales for Harry and Meghan, trying to make it seem like it's the victim's fault in Meghan's bullying stuff, right? I mean, trying to paint Meghan the victim there, I should say. Too funny. All right. So in Spare, as you recall, Harry referred to some of the courtiers, some of the advisors, bee, fly, and wasp. Well, great shocker. You ready for this? Omid calls them wasps and mustaches. But again, we're not supposed to think that Harry and Meghan had anything to do with this book. They just keep talking to us like we're idiots. I swear this book is making me dumber, by the way. I know, I can hear your thoughts. It can't happen. No, it can't. Cordia's, let's see, continuing on, Cordia's role in things. He goes into, this chapter is pretty dumb, so we're just going to breeze over it. He takes shots at Angela Kelly, calls her the AK-47, talks about her easily triggered temper. Again, Harry did the same thing in his book, and if it was anybody else, it'd be like, okay, so maybe a couple people are saying it, maybe there's something to it. No, she's one of the Queen's most trusted personal advisors. She was with the Queen till the end. No, I don't buy it. All right, moving on. Cordia's role in things. He talks about that the Cordias blocked Harry from talking to the Queen around the time of his exit. Again, this is just Harry and Meghan spinning this shit. Could it be that they maybe didn't want to cause the Queen distress in her advanced years and her health state? Nope, not ever that. Nothing's ever their fault. It's that these evil men and women in gray suits were trying to block them from things. Why let the truth stand in your way? They attempt to explain Harry and Meghan's hypocrisy around private jet as a growing need for security. You ready for this? They spend a whole bunch of time bashing, and yes, I'm saying bashing, William and Catherine and the family for flying commercial when they knew that Harry and Meghan had to fly private because of security. All right, let that sink in. Future king and queen and royal babies flying commercial, and they're okay with it, and they felt safe enough to do so and comfortable enough to do so. And yet Harry and Meghan, who are they again? They have to fly private. Then, in a rare move, Omid says, yeah, maybe it was excessive at the time, but there's a need for it. And then goes on to say, you know what? Lesson learned from the couple. Talking about Harry and Meghan. No, it is not. Let's talk about real time. How many times have we seen fly private lately? Hello? Didn't they fly private to that stupid Katy Perry thing? I'm not calling her stupid. I'm calling them stupid for what they did at the event. Didn't they fly private there? I mean, no, they haven't learned anything. And again, normally my stance on all this is, who gives a shit? If you want to fly private, fly private. I can't afford it. I wish I could, But truly, to the ones that lecture all of us common folk, us little people, us peons, about the importance of every decision. You have to make every decision carefully and think about every consequence and all the things, right? So many speeches, so much word salad. Anyway, they continue to lecture us, and yet there seems to be no end in sight for them. And that's fine. We're supposed to just breeze right past that. Security concerns. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I have a security concern of my own. So I'm going to need people to start funding my private jets. I can't explain how or why, but if I'm going like Omid here, don't ask any questions. Just go with it. I will be flying private from now on. And by that, I mean, I won't be flying because I can't afford it. But still, again, if you're Omid, you don't have to provide any actual details or background information. You just say it and it becomes a thing. All right. Omid then uses this, to explain. All right. He's talking about courtiers. And he's trying to say that it's their fault, that they were trying to embarrass Harry and Meghan. Because, again, William and his family flew commercial. They did that as a publicity stunt. It couldn't be that they just thought, that makes sense. They're just flying from wherever they were, I'm guessing London to Aberdeen in Scotland. I think they said it was a very short flight. I mean, it seems like geographically it'd be a very short flight. It couldn't possibly make sense for them. It had to be a publicity stunt. Everything is spin with these people. I can't handle it. Let's move on to chapter 11, shall we? Great. Are you ready to get real pissed off? Yeah, me too. It's called Ghost at the Feast. What does that mean? Omid doesn't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Basically, this is hey, let's bring up Diana of it all. And I understand Diana can be a hot button topic. Omid knows this. They're doing that thing again where they try to shove Diana and Meghan together. Okay. I'm not falling for it. We're not falling for it. And they continue to take jabs at Catherine here. All right. You ready? So I'm sure you heard this when the book came out, but this is the part of the book. Again, we're in chapter 11. So if you're trying to find it, it's the part of the book where they make a ludicrous claim that the palace wanted both Catherine and Meghan. They were encouraged to dress like Diana. What? I'm sorry, what now? What are we talking about? All right. Nothing is ever Harry and Meghan's fault. That is the theme of this whole book. They're hoping, according to Omid, they're hoping that Diana's shine would rub off on them. All right. Let me interject here. Catherine doesn't need anybody else's shine. I'm not being disparaging to Diana. I'm just saying that's bullshit. I believe, it is my opinion, that Meghan cosplayed as Diana, hoping and praying that people would draw the comparison, put their names in print together, things like that. But nope, we saw through it and said, hey, that's really weird. Why is she cosplaying as her mother-in-law who's passed? It just doesn't make any sense. I will admit, I mean, I've seen pictures where you could say that Catherine, Princess of Wales, gives a nod to Diana. I wouldn't say that she cosplays quite the same. I mean, look no further than the see-through skirt incident with Meghan. She wore the same ombre print kind of skirt that Diana wore to an event. And oh my goodness, it happened to be see-through. But guess what? Diana had a moment where, oh my goodness, her skirt happened to be see-through. I mean, again, they're treating us like we're stupid. Like we don't know this stuff and that we didn't do our homework. The only one not doing their homework is, well, mostly Omid, but Omid, Harry, and Meghan. All right, let's get on to the big pile of rubbish, shall we? Meghan and the Oprah interview. You ready? All right. According to Omid, and by Omid I mean Meghan, there's a campaign activated before the interview. Or before the interview aired, I should say. You ready? Because the palace so badly didn't want this interview to happen, they orchestrated this whole bullying stuff. It's not that Meghan actually bullied people. It could never be that. It's that, people were encouraged to make up stories about Meghan in a cohesive fashion, in a timely manner. I mean, you can't even, I'm trying to make this sound logical. I can't do it. You can't do it. It just doesn't make any sense. But Omid's trying to spin it as if William was wanting to hurry up and get these stories out there. Hurry up and get these bullying accusations out there. So even by saying that, isn't Omid contradicting himself? I thought these weren't real stories. Then why would William be pushing to hurry up and get these not real stories out there? Doesn't make sense, does it? Nope. But another point that I kept thinking of the whole time, all right, let's say that this is the case, that William desperately wanted to push these stories out here. It's not going to make any of them look good. Again, another reason it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any of them look good. It sounds like they turned a blind eye while Meghan mistreated her staff. I have to say allegedly, but come on. Mistreated her staff and everybody turned a blind eye to it. So it's not a great story for any of them. I'm not saying it's William's fault. You get what I'm saying. All right. But the other part of this that they don't address and doesn't make any sense at all is, if that's true, let's say William pushed this story out there. Ha ha ha. Let's take down poor innocent victim Meghan. She didn't do anything wrong. Let's just push some nonsense stories out there, right? Then why did all these people quit while working for Meghan? And why did most of them, as we learned from Revenge, and especially I think Cordia's went into it a little bit more, why did they end up working for William and Catherine after the fact? If things were that bad in terms of, not under Meghan, I mean like in terms of the palace in general, the Cordias, all the stuff, and then William's this big bad guy pushing out these stories that these people didn't want pushed out there. Why would they go work for him? They can't explain it. And by they, I mean Meghan and Omid. They can't explain it. They just make this shit up, hoping to deflect and not doing any actual homework on it. All right. Omid, again, is spinning it as a campaign to weaken Meghan and her Oprah interview. Don't worry, Omid. There didn't need to be a campaign. She weakened her own interview. You can go through, I've done videos where you can go through and show, I mean, I've shown the easily provable lies that were told in that interview. Many people have. There's so many at this point. So many things. We know it. We quote it all the time. But again, Omid won't address any of that. It's everybody else's fault. Poor, innocent Meghan. Makes me nauseous. All right. I think about, honestly, the people that are caught up in this. Like the people that had to work with Harry and Meghan. Imagine you work at the palace. You get assigned to those doofuses. You're getting yelled at. You're getting whatever's happening, tea thrown at you, all the things, right? Harry, in his own book, says that they were crying at their desks, right? He spins it as, oh, they were upset because William and I were having a falling out at the time. Nobody gives a shit if you're having a falling out with your brother. That's not what they're crying about. They wouldn't be that personally affected, in my opinion. To me, that screams of, oh, it must have been horrible working conditions, thus proving the allegations, right? And I'm not just blaming Meghan. I'm saying Meghan and Harry both, but it seems to be that more people came out saying that Meghan had somebody in her sights at all times and was constantly bullying people. Just saying. Where was I going with this? It's just, I get upset for them because they had to endure all that, right? And then this idiot went on Oprah, told a bunch of lies, and then is trying to play victim about their stories. Just let that sink in. She's trying to be a victim in things that she potentially caused herself. Again, that's not anything new. That's just what they do. That's what Harry and Meghan do. Now Omid's playing right into it because he's an idiot. Instead, let's see, where was I going with this? Omid calls it a distorted view and that he calls it several years old accusations. That doesn't make any sense either. He's arguing semantics because it had been time after they left the royal family, all this stuff. But no, nope, that doesn't make it not true that she was treating people horribly while they were working for her. So, again, Omid tries to do the same thing Harry does. That's why I say Harry's very much involved in this book. And he says it's not that they were being bullied. It's that everybody had a rough time, ready for this, because of the fractured relationship between Harry and Meghan and, the rest of the royal family. The workers wouldn't care about that. Again, it's the same thing I said with Harry's book. This is them just trying to spin what sounds like an awful place to work for awful people, right? Meaning Harry and Meghan. Still protecting Meghan. Not willing to look at the truth. All right, let's move on. Then he starts lumping in Diana and Meghan and talks about their awful treatment, especially in regard to how the media treated them and how poorly it was handled by, I'm just saying the palace. I don't know what he called it. The whole organization. All right, the whole family. Then they can't not take swipes at Catherine. So they go on to say, it's just a thing. Women not born into the family, they're disposable. What? And then they quickly try to explain away why that doesn't seem to be the case for Catherine. And they say, well, she doesn't have the same problems because she never challenges the system. And then goes on to take a huge swipe at her and says she has no oversized aspirations. Just let that sink in. So again, this is where we heard those, those things that came out before the book that are saying that they call her a Stepford wife, basically. That's where we're getting that from. No oversized aspirations. And yet we're supposed to believe Meghan doesn't bully people. Meghan doesn't bully other women. Isn't that what we're seeing right here in print before us? Isn't this the definition of gaslighting, treating us like we're the crazy ones when it's right here? You literally just said Catherine has no oversized aspirations. This is in the same, very similar place where you're saying, I keep seeing stories saying that what Meghan and Catherine never really spoke very much. They didn't get to know each other very much. Then how would Meghan know? How do you know? Have you ever asked Catherine what her aspirations are? No, probably not. I just think that's such bullshit to try to put down Catherine in the middle of bullying accusations. What are you going to blame Catherine for this? It's her fault. Oh yeah, she made you throw tea at people. She made you be horrible to people. That's all her fault. No oversized aspirations. Again, isn't that being cruel and hurtful to another woman? Something that you're denying that you do? Whose fault is that? Who are we going to blame for this? Then they continue on saying Catherine glides under the radar. Okay. Then they finish the chapter with explaining that Diana's suffering and her impact and how it relates to Meghan. Poor Meghan. She's such a victim. She's suffering, guys. She's had such an impact and she's suffering. Again, I say the only one suffering is the rest of us having to read this garbage. I mean, it's just the tap dancing from Harry and Meghan around all this stuff. The rewriting of history, the continued BSing of this, just all the lies. It's just incredible. And yet here we are again, while bashing Catherine again. It's a chapter about Meghan and her awful behavior, but we can't focus on that. Let's bring it back around to Catherine and try to make it her fault. Unbelievable. Anyway, I'm going to go jump out my window now. Again, I've said it before. I live on the ground floor. It's not an actual threat. Nothing will happen to me. I'll just probably hurt my ankle or something, but I'm just so over this BS. I'm just throwing out stuff there. That's Catherine's fault too. I'm not sure why. It's because she's so sweet and lovely. I can't stand it, so I'm going to jump out my window. My goodness, you guys. We'll make it through this, I promise. Not terribly much more to go. At least that's what I'm telling myself. We'll get through it. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all so much. Can we just take a second and recognize how wonderful and lovely Catherine, Princess of Wales is? I keep thinking about that. You know, she dealt with it at the time with Meghan in her proximity. She dealt with it by putting on a brave face and being the bigger person, and now she's having to go through it all over again with all this crap in print. Having to keep her head held up high, and that's the only solace I'm taking all this is we already saw it, but a lot of people that didn't see it can finally see in print all the ways that Meghan has been horrible to Catherine. Absolutely horrible. You guys, this is the most vile, disgusting chapter I have read. I don't know, that race one was pretty bad, but this one's probably equal to that. They go so hard after Catherine in this part of the book. You'll hear as I continue on in my recap / review of this book. I get really upset because it is so awful how they treat her. They're horrific and nasty toward her, and they use her good work, such as her mental health charities, things that are important to her, against her. And they call her lazy, and they call her cold, and they're straight up calling her names in this book. And they're trying to undermine everything she's done. And so I'm not standing for it. I'm calling it out. I'm calling out their awful behavior. So stay tuned and buckle up for this one. Here we go. We have lots to talk about. We have lots to get into in this episode, and I'm so disgusted by the three of them. It actually feels good to sit down and talk to you all about it because I want you to know the drivel in this book. And so we're going to be revealing it. We're going to be calling out the lies and the BS, and we're going to say, we're just going to discuss it amongst ourselves. And I'm going to say, I see you, Meghan. I see what you're doing. We're going to call it out right here. Again, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm Jen. Honk, honk, everybody. I honk because a Meghan follower told me I sound like a drunk goose, which I love. So here I am honking away. Honk, honk. I would rather sound like a drunk goose than a dangerous, evil, malicious, nasty, vile, vicious, disgraceful, disgusting, horrid, noxious, repugnant cow. Yeah, I'd rather sound like a drunk goose. Thanks. All right, let's get into this. You guys, I sound like I'm in a bad mood. I'm not. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be talking about all this. This book, it's doing my head in. It really is. It's rough. It's rough to get through, but we can do this together. Here we go. All right. Here's my thing on chapter 12, part 1, Camilla. All right. You ready for this? This part has a subtitle, a subheading, if you will. Do you know what it is? The transformation of a mistress. I'd like to remind you all again that Omid is pretending like he wrote this book by himself, when clearly it's Meghan. And I believe Harry. I've heard the argument why it's not Harry, but I do think Harry had a hand in this. Harry had a very open disdain, loud disdain toward Camilla, Queen Camilla, that he called the Wicked Witch or the Wicked Stepmother, something like that, in his book. spare. And we see a lot of Camilla bashing here. Oh, just wait till we get to the Catherine of it all. It is beyond disgusting what they've done to her. So we will be talking about that. Honestly, here's my truth. I will be talking more about the Catherine of it all because here's my thoughts on the Camilla. All right. I think Omid is a misogynist. I think Meghan hates all women. And I think Harry has a bone to pick with Camilla. So, truthfully, I'm not interested in going over every detail of every grievance they have about Camilla. I think she's had a long, hard, uphill battle. I think to me, again, an American outsider here, to me, I understand, I see it. I see that she was unpopular for a lot of years, and I understand why. I think she's worked hard to earn people's respect. I do. And I think that King Charles seems very happy with her. From my research, from everything I could tell, she seems pleasant. She seems like a hardworking royal. She seems like she looks out for the family, and that people genuinely seem to really like her. So there's not much I care to add to this conversation. I can tell you Omid can't stand her. He wrote horrible things about her. I can tell you Harry can't stand her. But I don't really care what they think. I don't believe anything they think. I'll make my own opinions on this. But I'm more interested in dissecting, spending time on the lies they say about Catherine and telling you how wrong they get it. But I am telling you they've gotten everything wrong. They've gotten Camilla wrong. What else is new, right? Just one example here. Omid claims that Camilla thanked Piers Morgan. I'm sure you've heard the story by now, that Camilla thanked Piers Morgan for calling out Meghan, and that he made this sensational claim that Queen Camilla and Piers Morgan talk on the phone all the time. Piers is on record as denying this. Oh, I totally forgot. I'm coming back to this. The reason I'm showing you all these pictures in the background, the control claw. The reason is because when we get to the Catherine part, just you wait for the things that she says about Catherine. It's so disgusting. And how I'm saying I know Omid says they didn't work together, but they clearly did. The way that Meghan paints herself and the horrible way she talks about Catherine. I'm getting there. Don't worry, I'm getting there. But also in this part of the book, she said that her time with the royal family was very lonely and very isolating. So I'm showing you all these royal functions where she couldn't keep her damn hands off Harry. They're not all royal functions, but mostly royal functions where she couldn't keep her hands off Harry. They were clinging to each other. The control claw of it all, right? And yet claiming isolation and loneliness. Weird. Doesn't look like it. Looks like you can't stand for Harry to have any free reign, so you got to hold on to him. And I don't know. I also got that vibe. It was kind of like, he's mine. It's like, we're good. Nobody else wants that doofus. Looks like you picked the short straw. Looks like you both picked the short straw, honestly. Okay. Back to Camilla. So, I hope you understand why I'm really not interested in going so much into this chapter. I'm curious to know your thoughts on Camilla. But I just feel like I don't know how to say it. I think what she and Charles did was screwed up, but I also am not so blindly following Diana that I don't think she was as innocent. And I'm not trying to disparage Diana. I don't have a problem with Diana. I think there's a lot of things that she did was great, and I think she has charisma and charm and all the things, right? I think that both of them, it sounds like, had a role in breaking up that marriage. I believe that Diana is on record as to having outside dalliances as well. So I don't know that Charles is the villain exactly that he's painted to be, but I don't think he's innocent, and I think it all could have been handled better. How about that? I think it's taken Camilla a long time to earn people's respect, and I think she's finally got it, so I'm going to leave that there. How about that? I think Omid sucks at life and continues to get everything wrong. I think he is the mouthpiece of Harry and Meghan. Once again, I keep saying this, but I need you to hear me. He is talking for them. This is Harry and Meghan. This is Harry bashing Camilla. Now let's get to Meghan bashing Catherine, because this is truly disgusting. Here we go. Chapter 12, part 2. All right, geese, give me strength to get through this part, because this is rough. Here we go. Part 2. Catherine. They call her Kate. All right, page 288. So right off the bat in this chapter, Omid, I'm saying it just this last time. I have to, because, they're very litigious. Omid says he wrote this book by himself. I'm saying, in my opinion, this reeks of Meghan. Meghan wrote this shit. She really goes in hard for Catherine. Let me explain. Page 288. They go in to call Catherine. See, I wrote down Kate because I kept calling her Kate. I hate that. Catherine. They call Catherine introverted, okay? Oh, but it doesn't stop there. They say that she's not wanting to give public speeches. Okay? Didn't we just see her give a beautiful keynote speech? Haven't we seen more of those from her lately? Way to not know anything, Omid. Let's keep going. That's just a little dig. The big ones are coming. All right. The next one is that, again, I talked about this in a previous video. Omid, any chance he gets, this is why I believe, well, maybe it's Meghan too. I thought it was Harry saying this. Maybe it's Meghan. Over and over and now again calls William, quote, work shy. Work shy William. Okay. Future king. Work shy. Sure. Work shy William again, and then goes into why Catherine is lazy. Can't actually give valid reasons, just calls her straight up lazy in the book. All right. Don't worry, we'll get there. I know. I hear you screaming at the TV or device that you're watching this on right now. I know. All right, let's keep going. Calls her lazy. Then goes on to call her work, Catherine's work, performative. Says that she brings awareness to things, but not action. Okay. I'm relating the bad parts first, and then I'm going to let loose all my thoughts on all this. He criticizes her coverage that she gets and says that the press are just overwhelmingly positive for her, and it's basically saying it's not fair. He calls Catherine a shiny thing for the royal family. He says that it's more about her fashion and her hair. So I want you to think about that. Okay, if Omid wrote that, is that not misogyny? And more likely, Meghan wrote that. What is that? If not, what, bullying coming for women? The things that she denies over and over right here in print. Okay, let's keep going because it gets way worse. Oh, by the way, and then calling her, again, more about fashion. So are they trying to say that Meghan's more about substance? I don't think so. All right. It keeps going. They take digs at Catherine and says that she's hesitant and she's nervous about things, whereas Meghan is assured. Okay? I can think about 300 other words I'd call Meghan. Assured is not one of them. People found Meghan's confidence intimidating. He's talking about, again, they are talking about people in the royal family. So they're trying to claim that they found Meghan's confidence intimidating. This is the future king and queen. They're supposed to be so blown away by Meghan that they found her confidence intimidating. Just take that in. All right. It went wrong when the American outsider became the star of the show. I shit you not. That is what he says in the book. That it went wrong because the American outsider became the star of the show. Okay. But I thought everybody hated Meghan, right? Isn't that what they've been saying this whole time? Everybody hated her. But now all of a sudden she's the star of the show. Everybody loves her. And so the royal family's jealous? Yeah. It just doesn't make any sense. Let's keep going. No, let's not keep going. I'm stuck on this. Okay, so the whole book has been everybody hates Meghan. Everybody's the istwards. Everybody's against Meghan, but all of a sudden, and even including the press, but all of a sudden they're spinning it as Meghan got better coverage, better attention. She was better at this job. And so what? Now the UK people love her? Is that what they're trying to say? They can't even keep their message straight. It doesn't make any sense at all. Continuing on. Page 292. Same breath as all that stuff. They say Meghan was Princess Diana all over again. Again with this bullshit. No, I don't even need to argue it. Princess Diana had charm, class, charisma, things that Meghan will never have and never understand. Things that Catherine, I believe, possesses. Meghan does not. Let's keep going. All right. Here's my point on all this, and here's where I'm super pissed about all this. All right. Let's pretend for 1 second. Just go with me on this journey. Don't get mad at me. Here we go. Let's pretend for a second that this is true. They just said Catherine's so nervous and she was shy and intimidated about things, whereas Meghan was confident, right? Okay, let's pretend like that's true for 1 second. It's not, but let's pretend like it is. All right. Couldn't we say then that Meghan turned her back on Catherine? This whole time we've heard claims that, Catherine never would help Meghan when Meghan was struggling. Okay, all right. Let's for 1 second suspend all reality. We know nothing they say is true, but let's pretend like it is. And that Kate was struggling, according to Omid, that she was nervous, according to Omid / Meghan, and that Meghan was a confident one. Then again, couldn't an argument get made that Meghan turned her back on Catherine? Yeah. They'll never ever, they're so hypocritical they can't even admit that what they're saying doesn't make sense. We can see through it. I can see through it. It's not hard, but they can't. All right, let's keep going. Harry and Meghan, according to Omid, again, I can't make this stuff up, introduced the world to a more modern royal. He's talking about Meghan. Again, this is a bashing Catherine segment, but he breaks in to say how wonderful Meghan is. Again, and how Harry and Meghan introduced the world to a more modern royal. And it made the Cambridges look dull in comparison. So again, I'm pointing out the inaccuracies, the hypocrisies of what they're saying. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it that supposedly everybody was the eastwards toward Meghan. Everybody spewed vitriol. And I'm talking about the family, the press, the people. They couldn't stand Meghan. And yet she was such a rock star, according to you guys, that the Cambridges were jealous, envious, felt dull in comparison. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You can't even see what's right in front of your face. They talk about how Harry and Meghan connected with younger fans. Okay. Again, doesn't make any sense. I know there's dispute over Meghan's age. I didn't know it either, but I'm going on what her, I talked to her brother, Thomas Markle Jr., and he alleges that her age is, 42? And so it's still that she's older than Catherine, Princess of Wales, and yet they're trying to convince us otherwise here. Again, Omid's been called out for his lies about his own age. This is weird. This is weird at this point. All right, let's keep going. You ready for this? Again, look at the background pictures while I read you this. Apparently, according to Omid, Meghan found her time as a working royal lonely and isolating. Okay. Look at every picture in front of you and tell me if that's the case. Because I can barely recall anything that she did without Harry. They barely did any work, which I will get into. I have notes about that too, but they barely did any work with their time in the royal family. Anything. And she wouldn't let go of Harry and the work, like right here. This picture's a great example. They were on a tour. This is part of the Australian tour, right? So they're on a working royal tour, and here we go. Double handhold. Okay, very isolating, right? Very isolating. All right, let's keep going. Page 293, they call Catherine cold. All right. Spent more time talking about Meghan than talking to Meghan. That was one of Omid's claims. Okay. How would he know that? I don't believe it, but let's just pretend like it's true. How would Omid know that? Doesn't this sound like Meghan with an agenda more than anybody? Yeah, I think so too. You ready? It gets way worse. Talk about before they basically called her, what was it, like Stepford wife? Doesn't really have any big causes. Things like that. And now in this part, they're saying that that she uses her advocacy of mental health, and yet she wouldn't help Meghan. So they're basically saying, look, she'll advocate for mental health, but Meghan was struggling with her mental health and she wouldn't help her. I don't mean to keep pausing like this. I'm just so enraged. I'm trying to collect my thoughts, and I'm truly having a reaction here on mic I want to discuss with you. So that's why I'm processing, because this is the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard in my life. Oh, and then he brings up, speaking of bullshit, he brings up the fight between Catherine and Meghan, and again claims that it's, imagine that it's all Catherine's fault. I'm saying imagine that because it's the same shit that Meghan tried to sell us to. That's all Catherine's fault. She brought flowers to apologize. Total bullshit, right? Okay. And then, icing on the cake, he goes on to make it seem like, this is page 293, that William and Catherine were resentful because when Harry and Meghan left, it meant they had to do more work. More work. Who does that sound like? That doesn't sound like William and Catherine. It sounds like Harry and Meghan. All right. So, according to Omid, when they left, the former Cambridges, now the Waleses, were mad because they had so much more to do. All right. You ready? Let's unleash. Here we go. Harry and Meghan were known as the hardly working royals. Okay? Catherine has always been known for her work ethic, along with, at the same time, balancing raising her young family. All right. Wasn't it Harry and Meghan that complained about not getting paid? Yeah, I think so too. They were too entitled, too lazy to actually do the work. We heard in Revenge about how they would keep track of how many engagements Meghan did. It was barely any. And even some of those engagements were like going to a polo match. Called that work. Okay. And then think about just their track record since, right? They were the hard-working royals they'll have us believe. No, hardly working royals. Okay. Think about archetypes. Their podcasts. Weren't they called lazy grifters? Yeah, I think so too. Think about Archewell. Weren't they outed as only working 1 hour a week? Yeah, they were. They don't even put in the work to raising their kids. There, I said it. Yep. I mean, they're never with them. We never see them. Like, it doesn't make any sense what they're saying. This is all to rewrite history, to make themselves the victims and make it seem like they're the hardworking ones and William and Catherine were lazy grifters. No. I haven't heard that about William and Catherine. I have, however, heard that nonstop and repeatedly in similar forms about Harry and Meghan. Omid then goes on to claim that by Harry and Meghan leaving, it made Catherine step up. Again, Catherine gets zero credit for anything she does on her own. It's not that, her continued time with the royal family has made her more confident, that she's taken on more roles, things like that. No. It's that Harry and Meghan leaving made her step up, and then Omid claims that it made her become more relaxed. Okay. Think about what he's saying right there, because I am. He's not thinking, but I am. All right. Maybe she became more relaxed because her stalker, Meghan, left. Maybe her tormentor, Meghan, left. And so it helped Catherine become more relaxed. To me, it just seems like Omid is arguing that point. That's how I'm taking it. Omid's too stupid to think about that, but I'm thinking about that. You guys, there's so much more to this chapter left, so much more that they bash Catherine, but I'm actually livid about this. I am. So I'm going to end this episode here. I'm going to come at this with fresh eyes and a fresh mind. And we're going to keep going. But I'm stopping this one here because it goes beyond, again, I say if Omid wrote this, it's beyond misogynistic. But more likely Meghan wrote it. And it's envy, it's jealousy, it's all the things, right? It's disgusting. It's in print for us all to see. We all knew of her complete obsession with the Princess of Wales. But this takes it to such a dark, disgusting, disturbing level, belittling her causes that are near and dear to her, using that against her. And again, I know I say this every episode, the whole thing that disgusts me, so much of this disgusts me, but the whole thing that disgusts me here is that nothing is ever Harry and Meghan's fault. They can do no wrong. According to Omid and according to themselves, we can see it here in print. They can do no wrong. And yet Catherine can do no right. Somehow they've tried to spin it as Catherine's responsibility for, again, we've been through it, but about not helping Meghan when she was struggling. What do you think you're doing right now? Using Catherine's causes against her. Do you think that that's good for her mental health? Or would you say that you're, I don't know, harming her mental health or trying to? Hopefully, Catherine just keeps calm, carries on. But I'm saying, like, you talk about hypocrites. This is the most hypocritical garbage I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. So I'm going to leave this here, and I just want you to take this all in and really digest it. Think about what Catherine's had to endure because of her stalker, Meghan. This is terrible. This is repulsive, heinous behavior. It's shameful. It's shocking. It's atrocious. I mean, I could keep going on. Meghan is vile. She's cruel, destructive. I've used that word before. She's nasty. She's scary, honestly. And the way that Omid, Harry, and Meghan, yes, I'm lumping them all three together, has treated Catherine, Princess of Wales, it's hideous. It's appalling, honestly. They are nasty, vile, loathsome, repugnant people. Ugh. I cannot with any of them. I cannot with this bullshit. You guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for keeping me sane through this. Thank you for understanding my outrage and my disgust at all this. It's so rare that I'm speechless, and here we are. After all, here we are. Here we are. The way they've treated Catherine, it just breaks my heart for Catherine, but it makes me love her even more. And it makes me sickened by the three of them. You guys are the best. Thank you for everything. I'm going to end this one here. Again, there is more to this chapter, I'm sorry to say. I just need time to get through it. This is rough. This is horrible. Book. We are going to be talking chapter 12 and 13 in this part of the book. And then we're done. We have one more episode to go to wrap up this thing, and we're done. Can you hear the relief in my voice? It's because of you all and your lovely comments that I've been able to get through this. Oh, you guys are the best. Thank you so much. Guys, this part of the book continues to suck. The whole book sucks, but this part especially just weighs on me because it's all about trying to tear down Catherine. So, that doesn't sit well with me. We're going to talk through it. We're going to continue on. I'm just telling you, it gives me a pit in my stomach, even having to go through this nonsense. It really does. But let's get through it. We're almost done. Light at the end of the tunnel and all that. I'm Jen. Thanks so much for being here. Honk, honk, everybody. A honk because one of Meghan's cronies told me I sound like a drunk goose. I love it. I've been honking ever since. Look at my honkers. All right. So we pick up on chapter 12. My goodness. All right. Page 294 if you're following along. And as I always say, don't follow along. Don't read this book. I got it from the library. I will be returning it. It's literally the day I finish it. It's going back so that way I can sage my house afterwards. But okay. Continuing on. So right off the bat, guess what? They're calling Catherine, again, over and over they call her Kate. We've discussed this at length. I know you know this, but in case you don't, or in case you're just joining us for this episode, They call her Kate, and the reason being is because she's on record as preferring Catherine. And it even came out with the Dutch translation of this book that Omid went back to change any Catherine to Kate. Again, a clear dig. Just another thing to get under Catherine's skin. Again, it's got Meghan's paws all over it. It's disgusting, really. All right. So they call Catherine a Stepford wife. They have continued to bash her and call her names throughout. And literally where I pick up, they call her a Stepford wife. They do it in the context of her opening up about the challenges of parenting. She's just sharing. This is Omid bragging that he got to speak with Catherine, Princess of Wales. Let's think about this. By his own accord, she's opening up to him, a so-called journalist. I'm using that very loosely. If he is, then so am I. So she opened up to him about something on her mind, and then he uses that against her and says normally she's a Stepford wife. He was surprised that she'd open up. She's doing exactly what you're wanting her to do, and then you're chastising her for it. Again, this is the most biased piece of nonsense, drivel, you name it, fiction I've ever read. Okay, let's keep going. Next page, he refers to Catherine as wearing a mask and goes into some mask slips. Now, the reason this is interesting is because I learned this term from a friend, and by friend, I mean I've never met him or talked to him, but he seems cool, the body language guy. He goes into to Meghan's mask slips. And I've used the term before as well on the video where she gives her mother the death stare for daring to answer a question. So it's just, you know what it means, but in case you don't, it's just that moment when you see Meghan's true self. It's like she'll put on a fake look and then all of a sudden her rage shows through. It's a mask slip, right? You're wearing a mask, it slips. Okay. Not that hard to figure out. Well, he's conveniently, and by he, I mean Meghan. Of course, I have to say every time they deny working together, but I'm calling big fat bullshit on that. So Meghan, just think about this because this is what keeps going through my mind. Meghan, once again, is trying to rewrite and repaint history. And by that, I mean, she's known for having mask slips. It's something that a lot of us talk about and discuss amongst ourselves. And it's pretty known that she has a side that we can see it in the pictures. You get the idea. Anyway, there you go. I would call those mask slips, right? I don't think she wanted those pictures out, but, she can't help herself. The evil shone through, just like the wonderfulness shines through from Catherine. Anyway, continuing on. So mask slips, she refers to Catherine's mask slips. I just find that so convenient. So once again, she's trying to make that a thing that people say about Catherine. It's not a thing that people say about Catherine. It is a thing that people say about Meghan, however. She talks about the Together at Christmas event. That beautiful event we just had where we saw Catherine, Princess of Wales, in the beautiful white outfit. Last year we saw her in that berry color. You know the one. Okay. Love it. And then she said, I'm saying she, meaning Meghan. Meghan and Omid say, by coincidence, it happened to take place the same night as Harry and Meghan's Netflix docuseries dropped. Okay. Once again, no accountability for anything that Harry and Meghan are known to do. They love to overshadow any royal events, especially when it involves Catherine, Princess of Wales, because as we know, Meghan is completely envious of Catherine, and any chance she can try to steal anything from her, that's what she's going to do. Case in point, look at the picture. She's trying. It's not going to work, but she's trying. So, yeah, I just find that so funny that Omid, again, cannot admit that they would ever do anything spiteful or anything like this on purpose, even though they clearly do. And instead uses it to try to, I don't know if bash is the right word, but basically bash Catherine and William. He says that it was adequately cheerful, talking about the event. Again, Harry and Meghan did no wrong. It's that what the royal family dared have a Christmas event. Uh, it's just ridiculous. All right, continuing on page 298. He goes into Catherine's upbringing. He goes into her life with her parents and what that was like. Not that he would have any idea. Again, I take every bit of it with a grain of salt and don't believe anything in this book. But they go into Catherine's elocution lessons, trying to make that sound like a bad thing. Like, how dare she prep herself for her future role? Oh my goodness, the nerve of her. What a Stepford wife, right? It's not that she wanted to learn. It's not that she took a keen interest in, her future husband's family, or that she was, trying to do her part. No, no, no. It's that she's a Stepford wife. Again, Catherine can do no right, according to Meghan and Omid. But they go into Carol, Catherine's mother, especially Carol Middleton, and really paint her poorly. They say that when Carol found out William was going to go to St. Andrews, it was her idea that Catherine turned down her dream school, I believe they said at Edinburgh, and go on to St. Andrews instead. And it also encouraged her to take a gap year so that way her year would match William's. I've heard versions of the story. This is the first time I've heard fingers pointed at Carol Middleton. Here's my thoughts on this. I don't give a shit. And I say it like that because it doesn't matter proximity. That's not what makes people fall in love. I mean, again, William was near Meghan and he sure wasn't interested in her no matter how hard she tried. No, but you see what I'm saying? Like, it takes more than proximity. So I don't care. I don't care how it was written, if it was orchestrated. I don't care. I really don't. It's that, hey, they found each other, they fell in love, and Catherine has been nothing but a wonderful addition to the royal family. That's what I care about. She seems like I don't know her. She just seems like a wonderful wife, mother, like future queen. That's what I care about. Meghan seems evil and conniving and manipulating and all the things we talk about. Then he goes in and calls it a cruel nickname, but then proceeds to bring up the nickname that the press gave Catherine years ago when she was waiting for William during their courtship. I see what you're doing, Meghan. You do it here. You do it throughout the book, not just with the Kate of it all, but with these nicknames. They also bring up, coming up, hold on, it's a few pages ahead. It's, where is it? Oh, Katie Keene. Katie Keene. Now, that came, okay, they claim that that's what the press called Catherine, although there's no evidence of this anywhere. Instead, very smart people have figured out it came from Archie comic books, I believe. And we've discussed how Meghan has a history with Archie comic books. It's a whole thing. I don't care even to go back over it. I'm just saying, we see you, Meghan. We see what you're doing. Once again, completely envious, completely jealous, all the things, and trying to smear Catherine. How's that pseudo-feminism going, huh? They just continue to bash her, so we're going to move on past this. They give an analogy of Catherine as a tree and say basically too much pruning or not enough space, meaning that the palace is constricting her. It makes the tree take an odd shape. Just totally continuing to dig at Catherine, giving her no agency or free will in this situation. It's all that she's led around and the palace is doing this to her. It's just awful, and we're just going to move on. We're going to go on to chapter 13. It just serves no purpose. They just continue to bash Catherine because Meghan could never compete, and she can't stand it. So what does she do? She has to bash her. That's what she does. All right, chapter 13. It's called A Dangerous Game. Now, I want to remind you, so this was in regards to press, and Omid speculation. Isn't Omid pretending to be press at this point? So he's shit-talking press, but the speculation that the courtiers are leaking things. Huh. Where have we heard this before? Oh, yeah, Harry. That's where. Harry's talked about this in Netflix, and what did he call it? A dirty game. What does Omid call this one? A dangerous game. Huh. Awfully similar, right? It's almost like Harry and Meghan had a hand in this book. All right. They go into a story right off the bat of William at a pub talking to a reporter about Harry. So again, it's that Harry and Meghan do no wrong. They never talk to reporters. They don't have background on speed dial. What are we talking about, right? It's us. It's the crazy ones. But it's William. It's all William. William, according to the treacherous trio, has positioned himself as a caring older brother when that's not the truth according to them. They don't know the truth. They don't. They just make shit up, whatever suits them. But if you call them out on it, it's like, oh, no, we never said that. The press said that. Ugh. And then, remember, Harry, I very much love my brother. Yeah, you have a weird way of showing it. The monarchy depends on press to keep up its appeal, according to Omid. And I find this so funny in light of what's happened with Harry and Meghan in real time. Don't they depend on the press to keep up their appeal? It's not working. I think they're at an all-time low. I mean, I know America in general, not everybody, not a lot of us, but America in general was a little slower to catch on to how awful they were, but we can see it now because I think a poll, I just talked about a poll came out not long ago that said, yeah, we want them gone too. They suck. I find that very funny. They sure thought they'd come here and make it though. Page 314, they go into, it doesn't even matter. It's just all about the press. They call, you guys, they call the press gossipy fiction. And again, I ask, what is this whole book if not gossipy fiction? It's not even the fun gossip. It's like just made up shit to sell a book, and it's not working, and everybody sees through it, luckily. That's why no books were sold. They're talking in regards to Prince Harry spending nights away. And yet, if this had been a rumor about William, they would use that opportunity to bash William. That's what they do. But Harry never could mess up or do anything wrong, like spend the night away. All right, page 316, we go into Omid is a victim. He loves to paint himself victim as too. Of course, the three of them can sit around and talk about what victims they are. He had less access to the Rhoda once he teamed up with Harry and Meghan. We're supposed to feel sorry for him about that. It's not that nobody trusted him anymore and that they realized that he was in bed with the, Hank and Skank. It's that he is, I don't even know what he's claiming there. He's just a victim. Then they go into Cordia's, Harry's favorite obsession, and them leaking info to the press. They talk about a toxic culture of leaking stories, especially in regards to Harry and Meghan. Oh my God. They put themselves on such a pedestal this whole time. It's just crazy to hear. But here's where it gets at me. You ready? Omid refers to Harry and Meghan as an easy target for the Cordias, leaking press stories. Do you want to know why? Because according to Omid, they had unrivaled popularity at the time. Okay. I would like to call out once again, he's contradicting himself with his own words here. So how can it be both ways? How can we spend this whole book claiming what victims Harry and Meghan are and how the press and everybody had vitriol and was biased against them, but now, according to Omid, when it's convenient, there's a call to take them down because of their unrivaled popularity at the time. What, with the press? Okay. Again, it makes no sense at all. Isn't that why Harry, if you think about it, Harry told James Corden that's the reason they left, is because you know what the British press are like. Again, I'm not even surprised anymore. It's their hypocritical thing. It's what they do. Complain about the press and then call them on speed dial for photo ops. It's just what they do. And yet they can see nothing wrong in any of that or nothing crazy about any of that. And yet they love to call out. They're like, oh, William has a friendship with press. Oh, Camilla also has a friendship with the press. And it's like, I mean, what are we talking about here? What are we doing? Let's see. They go into concerns over Harry's mental health. Okay, this is, again, another example of how they're trying to paint William the bad guy. They go into why William was concerned about Harry's mental health. Okay. But then they accuse William of just doing this for tabloid fodder, so he can appear to be the concerned older brother. Could it be that William was actually concerned for his brother? I'm guessing this is probably to do with the, hey, are you sure you want to marry her type thing? Meghan has to rewrite that and be like, nope. William was worried about, or pretending to be worried about Harry, so that way he can have a nice write-up in the press. Because again, nothing's ever their fault. They're never going to learn. They're going to keep doing the same stuff over and over, like Groundhog Day. Then we get to the Oprah interview. So according to Omid, he says that William and Catherine were upset that they couldn't control the narrative around the Oprah interview. So again, it's not that Harry and Meghan went on TV and broadcast all these lies about the royal family, including bashing William and Harry's grandmother, the Queen. It couldn't possibly be that. It has to be spun that William and Catherine were upset they couldn't control the narrative. No. Could it be that they're upset that you guys are horrible people and you're trying to capitalize on being victims? It might have something to do with that. And the reports I heard about the Queen wanting to watch and being upset after watching the Netflix thing might have something to do with that. All right. And then I'm going to wrap this part up by explaining that they went back to bashing Charles. Harry needed guidance, according to Omid. How would Omid know this if he hadn't talked to Harry, right? Interesting. But Charles left him alone. Then what do? Instead of focusing on, I don't know, what actually happened, they bring up Rose again. Because why not? Any chance to stick that in there. This is Meghan doing this. I'm telling you, I know you know this, but this is Meghan doing this just as much as the nicknames are bringing up this Rose thing over and over. She's trying to get people to turn it into a story. Luckily, we see through it and know what she's doing. But can't stop planting that story once again. And also, once again, in this part of the book, I believe this part is Harry calls William work shy. Again, I ask you, was it William and Catherine that were called lazy effing grifters? I don't think so. No, wasn't them. It was Harry and Meghan. Just a reminder to Omid, who seemed to forgot these facts when he was writing this quote-unquote book. Then Omid goes on to point out that William's friends with journalists, and so is Camilla. He goes on to bash Camilla a little bit and say that she likes to keep the Daily Mail close. What are we talking about? This is more of Harry's nonsense. Hey, Harry, you think your phone was hacked? Can you give us any proof? No, it's just a feeling I have. Hey, Harry, you think William and Camilla are in bed or in the press's pocket, whatever the saying is. Can you prove it? No, it's just a feeling I have. Omid's like, okay, good enough for my book. Let's just write that. That's great. Let's just go with that. Ridiculous. To report, we're finishing this book. You guys, I'm going to get through the last, chapter and a half here, or 2 chapters, 14 and 15. We're going to finish up, and I'm going to give my final thoughts on this drivel. Spoiler alert. It continues to be abysmal. If you watch Friends, you'll know why I'm laughing. Joey thought abysmal meant something good. So anyway, we'll get into all of that. Again, thank you guys for sticking with me through this. Thank you for being here. Honk, honk, everybody. I'm Jen. I appreciate you all so much. All right. So let's jump right in. We finish up chapter 13. This is, again, where they talk so poorly about... they were talking about Catherine, Princess of Wales. They go into Charles again. And then when I picked up this chapter, was finishing this chapter, then they go after Thomas Markle. Again, Interesting that Meghan clearly can't stand Catherine, Princess of Wales, and obviously has a problem with her father, Thomas Markle Sr., and yet takes aim at both in Omid's book. But Omid didn't work with Meghan. Weird, right? All right, so page 334, they talk about the letter. I'm not going back through all this crap. They paint Meghan as the victim in all this. It's her victory in the court case, and everyone was just trying to damage Meghan's reputation. Omid can't explain why, and can't make sense of it, but he just says these things. And I say, what reputation are we talking about? He doesn't even, he doesn't go into what we all saw, which was Meghan clearly intended for that letter to leak. That's why she wrote it in that stupid swirly script that I will not call calligraphy because it's not calligraphy. Again, no matter how many times they say it, it's not true. And then signed it Meghan Markle, but says she didn't intend it to leak. You know, you sign your first and last name when you write a letter for your dad. Yeah, okay. We see you, Meghan. More allegations of the against the royals and Charles keeping tabloids on his side. Again, no explanation as to why or how, just accusations as such. That I'm pointing my fingers at Harry for, because that's Harry's MO, is to blame the media for everything, even though Omid is one of these supposed media personnel. Still, let's blame them for everything. And when asked about, well, why do you feel that way, Harry just gives some nonchalant answer like, I don't know, it's just a feeling I have. Okay. It's kind of where we're at with this whole book. Let's go into chapter 14, Decay of Years. There's not much to say here. This was, again, it felt like Omid was doing this thing where it's like, okay, let's wrap up this book, but let's slam the monarchy harder to try. It really is like he came up with the name of this book first, Endgame, and then he wrote a book to try to suit that name or try to go with that name, all with an agenda in mind. And really viciously, but with nothing to back it up. It's all one-sided. It's all horrendous comments about, trying to damage the monarchy, the royal family. And yet, again, nothing to back it up. Just these wild statements that we're all just supposed to believe. Okay. But this chapter, again, was just to serve as a backup to the name Endgame. So it's like he calls this, the subheading of this chapter is the fading glory of the crown. Says who? I'm not even kidding. On page 354, he describes this part as the monarchy is slimmed down. Ready for this? He literally says Meghan and Harry have already fled to real life. Okay. What are the rest of them doing? Is Meghan and Harry, are they the only ones living in real life? Then he says, by the looks of it, they, meaning Harry and Meghan, they aren't hurting for money or status. I'd say by the looks of it, you have misread the situation once again, Omid, and they are hurting for exactly those things. Why else would we get these wild stories every other day about they're moving to LA, we're selling the Montecito home, and then even calling into question if they ever own the home? I honestly can't care about that, but come on, they're hemorrhaging money. Like, we all can see it. The only one that can't see it is Omid. His head's so far up his rear end, he can't see anything. All right, let's move on to the final chapter, Endgame. Thank God. Last chapter. They go into coronation. And I want to remind everybody, Omid didn't even plan to have this part of the book. He says himself that he's added on this coronation stuff. So how is this book supposed to end? Again, I guess going with bashing the monarchy in effort to make his title that he picked out work out. I'm not sure. Don't ask too many questions. It won't make any sense. So he goes into the coronation, and as you know, or maybe you don't know if you're new here, I was lucky enough to attend coronation. That is something I will treasure for the rest of my life. Being there, seeing it, feeling the atmosphere, I will never forget it. I will just always take it with me. I got waved to by formerly Prince, now King Charles, and by Princess Anne. And if you know me at all, you know I have a special place in my heart by Princess Anne, for Princess Anne, as well as Catherine, Princess of Wales. That's the one I still have yet to see or meet. I'm dying to. Anyway, I digress. My point is, I was there. Nobody will take it away from me. He can write whatever he wants in his book about, the coronation was lackluster. It was just what did he call it? Just, one ridiculous thing after another. He said that Charles used creative license and that he was just there to stir emotions. So no matter what Omid says in this book, again, we can't count on this dude for anything. He can't tell the truth. He doesn't know what the truth is anymore. Anyway, he's accusing Charles of using creative license and then accuses him of enduring the event rather than basking in it. And yet, had Charles been there, smiling from ear to ear, basking in it, then Omid would have accused him of, look at him basking in this wasteful, whatever Omid's saying, right? He cannot keep his story straight. He can't decide why he's mad. It changes all the time. But anyway, he's accusing Charles of being too sulky. But I'm sorry, again, could that maybe if, again, Omid took his head out of his ass, he might realize, oh, hey, the Queen passed away not terribly long before that. She meant so much to so many people, and the significance of her accomplishments, her role was probably especially prevalent that day. So he's probably not going to skip down the aisle. He's probably, it is a bit of a sad day because of the meaning behind it. But again, that's not good enough for Omid. He's got to pick at everyone for everything. Oh, except for Harry and Meghan. They can do no wrong. Omid goes on to call Camilla on the way out of this book, on the way out of My Life Forever. He goes to call Camilla, he calls her an unpopular mistress. Yep. He has bashed her throughout the book and just had to get that last dig in there. Calls her an unpopular mistress and talks about how, well, at least she was excited for her time to shine. You guys, I've told my thoughts on this. We don't have to go back through it. I'm telling you, this is so disgusting and misogynistic the way, and I hate those ist words that they love to throw around. I'm telling you, that's what it is. He's bashing Camilla now. Again, on the way out. There was no need for it. He's covered Camilla. He's talked shit about her the whole time, and now he had to bash her on the way out. Then he goes into Harold of Harold and Fraud. Harry's sitting in the audience. Meghan couldn't be there. It was important for her to be back in California. Again, nothing. Let's not get bogged down with any truth that Meghan is a coward and would never face up to the people of the UK and having to bow to Catherine. I think the last time was the Queen's funeral, so I don't think she'll be there after that. All right. Anyway, Harry's sitting in the audience, and what does Omid write? I mean, you can't make this stuff up. He goes into how Harry being there was a reminder of how Charles messed up. It's not that Harry did anything. It's not that Meghan did anything. Charles messed up. How did he mess up? Doesn't explain. Just Charles messed up. Then, again, on the way out, think about this. The book is ending. It's finally over. And what does he do? He uses it to bash William and Charles. And he says Britain's in a tailspin. Again, no explanation. He just says these things and we're just supposed to believe it. All right, you guys that live in the UK, can you explain? Are you guys in a tailspin? I think the only ones in a tailspin are Harry and Meghan. Again, just can't see what's right in front of his face. And then finally, he ends it by taking shots at the monarchy, once again saying the monarchy is running out of time and meaningful words. Okay. All right. We did it. We finished this book. My relief is there, but I have a few things to say. I have some thoughts on this book as we're closing. I just have to say this. Okay, taking a deep breath. Here we go. This book has been the most one-sided, biased work of fiction I've ever had the displeasure of reading. It's full of envy. It's full of spite. And it seems to specifically be aimed at Catherine, Princess of Wales, as well as King Charles. I mean, everybody else, but especially Catherine and Charles. Any chance to make a dig, to take a swipe, to be hateful to Catherine, Princess of Wales in particular, Omid and Meghan were there to do it. The name itself, Endgame, is a hostile and negative, and it's full of accusations with little to no facts to back any of it up. There were chapters of nothing new, just the same stories rehashed again and written to make the palace the enemy and Harry and Meghan's the victims, but also the most popular. And I have a question mark by that because, again, Omid, Harry, and Meghan still can't make up their minds about that. They can't decide if they're the most popular, but they're also the victims. They like to play both. It's now being alleged that negative reviews of this book are being hidden, much like when I pointed out that was happening with IMDb and Invictus. When that Heart of Invictus came out, reviews were being stifled. Many of you pointed out that was the case with the Harry and Meghan Netflix documentary. Here we are again. But luckily, we can still see through it. And we can look beyond the lies and the wishful thinking. And that's putting it kindly throughout this book. This is sad and pathetic even for Harry and Meghan's standards. And that's saying something because they are sad and pathetic. I'd say he's sad, she's pathetic. They attempt to rewrite everything. They accuse others of exactly what they themselves have a history of doing. Omid's sales are now on record as being laughable, which is exactly how I felt up until about this point about Harry and Meghan. After reading this book, I realized more fully the obsession Meghan has with Catherine, and it's now in print. And it was in Spare, but now it's really in print. She's shown her attempts to try to knock down Catherine, Princess of Wales, repeatedly and to stir up any controversy Meghan can. Luckily, we can see through that as well. It's only served to show what a wonderful, strong woman Catherine, the Princess of Wales, is, and what she's had to endure, and what a sick, envious troll Meghan is. Harry comes out of this really bad as well. He's whiny and continues on his "why can't I have what my brother has" tendencies. He's emotionally blackmailing, and to me, that's what he's doing. He's using his emotionally blackmailing tactics in regards to Charles, and they're on full display as well. We can fully see it. If I don't have security, then you may not see your grandkids again. Okay. All right. Does he see them now? That's a whole other can of worms. And then what's the excuse for Meghan's dad? How come he can't see them? All right. As for Omid, to you I say good luck. Good luck with your advance, because it sounds like you're going to owe some people some money after the abysmal sales of this work of fiction. Also, good luck with the translators and the publishers, as I hope they sue the pants off you. Those are my thoughts on this horrible book. And I'm going to end it there. And I can now relax, having finished this damn thing. But also, I am glad. I'm glad we read it. I'm glad we went through and called out the lies and the BS. And I'm glad it's in print for all to see. I just think, again, it so clearly points out the envy that's there. It seems to be Harry toward his father and Meghan toward Catherine, Princess of Wales. It's disgusting. It's horrible. We finish. Yippee! What shall we pop open to celebrate? Shall we pour some tea, or are we thinking something harder? I'm thinking something harder. Let's pop it open and celebrate. Geese, ganders, and goslings. You guys, I couldn't have done this without you. I truly couldn't. Your words of encouragement throughout have meant more than I can possibly say here. I want you to know I have to find a new word for how much I appreciate you, but I think that sums it up. I appreciate you. I appreciate you who have sat through this begrudgingly because you can't stand Omid either, or Harry or Meghan. I appreciate you who have left me comments of encouragement and who have just left comments to help the algorithm, the thumbs up, all of it. It really does help. I appreciate it. Jen here with a message for you who have watch the last 4 hours of this book coverage. I am blown away. I wanted to leave a special message for you. I can't tell you how much your support means to me and helps and just all the things. It truly does. This was a rough one to get through. I felt like it was important, as I talked about in the videos, I feel like it's important to go through it, to call out all the lies and horrible, rude behavior, all the things, right? So I'm glad I did it. It was very hard to get through, but it's because of support like yours that I was able to do it and am able to keep going. So thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart for watching this, for sticking with me, for supporting the channel. And if you're new here, thank you for being here. You guys really are the best bunch of vloggers ever. I appreciate you all so much. I really do. And I would say, as I continue to say, I can't wait to bring you more stuff like this, but nope, that's not true. I can't wait to bring you not this. I can't wait to bring you more content that is not this book. Again, my most sincere thank you to those of you who watch the individual episodes and those of you who watch the supercut of the episodes. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. All right, let's find something fun to talk about. I will talk to you guys again soon. Thanks for everything. Bye-bye.